Call this meeting of the Coeur d'Alene City Council to order. The clerk will note that all council are present, and we'll ask for Pastor Chris Laurie with Anthem Coeur d'Alene to lead us in an invocation. Pastor Laurie is not here.
He'll be here at 6.
Yeah, probably. Okay, well, we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's been noticed.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin the meeting, I want to remind people that if you are wishing to testify at the public hearing, you have to sign up over, not at the, what do we call that? Public comments, but on the hearing sheet. And you have to note your full address. This is by state law, not our own desires. And you have to note whether you wish to testify or not. If you don't put down that you wish to testify, I'm not going to call your name to come up and testify. Did I forget anything on that?
No.
Okay. Want to do the pledge again? Are there any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, announcements from the council? Seeing none, there are none from the mayor, and so we'll move to the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to approve consent calendar as presented, including resolutions 23019.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Dan?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to point out that we do have the consent agenda up here on the screen. I don't know if you can see that at home. These are the items that we're voting on. I do take issue with a couple of them. We do have on what is listed in the agenda as routine, there is $2.8 million worth of contracts, which I don't think is routine. So we have a contract with for the open trench pipe construction, which is in $1 million. In a way, that can kind of be considered routine because we do that every year, and it's part of the budget. It's still $1 million, and I think it's something that we should discuss on an agenda. And the second item, item C, is not something that we do routinely, which is a new contract for the remodel or rebuild or whatever it is for the operations building, which is $1.6 million. That's hardly routine. And then there's a couple of smaller items, well, small, government size. And I just think, I know that I have the authority to pull something off the consent agenda. I just think that council should be more mindful of this when it comes to the public, and we're doing this stuff, is we should probably be a little more open and keep these items on an agenda instead of the consent calendar. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to point out that the operations building one, if you recall, was one we've seen 3 times now, and so it was actually a change to the one that we did see at council. So I think maybe that was their impetus for putting it on consent, so I wanted to point that out. And I had one question about a late change we got on the Live After 5 event. I'm not sure of the timing of that, but is Bill able to answer a question on that one real quick?
Yes, what was the question?
The question, I think we got a late email that was about a change to the contract language, and what I wanted to find out.
So it was about staffing for security, and so he would like to have that number bumped up. I spoke with Tyler, and he was fine with that. So we're in compliance with what the chief wanted, was 1 officer per 250 attendees.
Okay,
And
instead of just 4
in essence
employees.
the change.
All right, so I saw that, and then how are you going to follow up after the concerts to
Right,
verify
and that gives us
attendance, or-
some latitude with, if he has a larger concert, we're going to have a meet with him, if he was to have a larger concert than the regular one.
In advance.
And then we'd have an advance, and then we'd have another safety plan, and he would up his numbers of security necessary for over 2,000 people that he might pull in.
And then police and fire would be involved in that pre-event
Correct, and
meeting.
that sit down with them for the safety plan.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Clear. That's all I had, thanks.
Seeing no further comment, will the clerk take the roll, please?
McEvers,
Yes.
Gookin,
Yeah.
English,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
I have some people signed up for public comment. If you are wishing to testify relative to the public hearing tonight on Coeur, it's important that you hold your comments to that time period. I have Diana Sheridan. And when you come forward, please state your name. Or
Good evening.
Good evening.
Council. So this is public comment in regards to public comment. So the way that public comment is currently structured, I believe, is that the only public comment we can make is to something that's currently on the agenda. No?
No.
Not true? Okay, good. Then this will be even simpler. So last time I spoke in regards to a purchase of cameras that had been done, and it had been done on the consent agenda. And I wanted to come back and just clarify something on that. I know I was told, the listing said we purchased these cameras. The city had agreed to get 7 more. We were told that they were for basically traffic, vehicle license plate identification. My understanding is cameras to me are like hardware. And when it comes to what is actually going to be identified with those cameras, now we're looking at software. Now, I went ahead and researched the company a little bit that actually produced the cameras, and they can do license plate software, they can do facial recognition software. So what those cameras get used for can change. Just because they're currently being used for vehicle identification doesn't mean they can't be used for something else. Another thing we were told was that the only people who have access to that would be the police department. My question back to the council is, where is that data going? My understanding it was going to a cloud. Does that mean, do we have a contract with the company that's providing the cameras? Are they the ones collecting the data? Is it being stored by them? In which case now we've got a third party involved with personal data from people in our city. So I would like those questions answered at some point in time and to know more so we can be better informed about actually what's happening with those cameras here in this city. Thank
Diana,
you.
if you'll leave your contact information with Troy,
Yes,
we can make sure and provide that information to you.
thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Justin O'Connell.
He's back.
Good evening, council. Before I start, I did want to say I do like the Live After 5 events. Those are great. I saw Built to Spill there, one of Idaho's best exports. And there was an AR-15 giveaway also, and that's something I like about this town. I've been pinning my latest work, Central Planning for Dummies. Sorry I haven't been here. Does the Arts Commission give out writers' grants? No? The state does. Perhaps I should move to Oregon and make art then. Council, the recession about which you were warned is upon us. Banks are collapsing, but don't worry, it's just small regional banks with a lot of exposure to the high-risk startup industry and Credit Suisse, but don't panic. For now, though, the townspeople might not fare as well as those in cities with AI startups, so perhaps we can incentivize some of those to come here. Loans could go unpaid, banks could close. Landlords humbled and real estate investors underwater. The price of regional goods, wheat, cattle, sheep, prunes, might reach lows not seen in a century. Timber demand could collapse. Businesses bankrupt, jobs disappearing. As happened during the 1930s here, manufacturing employment may be cut in half. Cash income of farmers may be cut approximately a quarter, and all income may fall by half. Council, that means say goodbye to building permits and new construction, and hello to fallow foreclosed farmlands. At least that's what happened in the 30s. The feds will encourage the town to expand public works projects, but the crisis will endure. We'll have to cut the budget. I recommend starting with the $500,000 Arts Commission. Now, as unemployment increases, the national homelessness crisis creeps into the region. So we might want to build some public bathrooms for the winters also. There is some good news in all this. The desperate townspeople will turn to vices, and since we have a monopoly on liquor dealing here, that tax revenue will increase. More good news. The townspeople can sustain themselves through hunting and fishing, and their federal income taxes will fall since they aren't making as much money. But have no fear, central planning has a solution. World War III. By the end of the Depression, we will make sure the townspeople are in a good position to participate in the struggle for national survival against the menaces of Russian and Chinese imperialism. Does that sound about right? But through thick and thin, as American statesman Harry Hopkins reportedly said during the Great Depression, quote, "We will spend and spend and elect and elect." Thank you.
That ends public comment. Moving on to other business. We have a resolution and a staff report by Bill Greenwood, our Park and Rec Director. Bill? Before you begin, Bill, Troy, can we have the shades dropped, that reflection off the lake? Everybody back there, is there just a profile?
How many cities have that problem?
It's only certain
I don't
times.
want to profile people.
Oh.
And I hate to turn away from any sun, but it's hard to see out there. Go ahead, Bill.
So we're here to talk about scenic flights. They took over the seaplane after the Lunt accident, and previously that was owned by Brooks, who'd been here for 35-plus years conducting these scenic flights over the lake. And Shane's here this evening to talk to anything that you might want to ask him. It's a great, he does a very nice job at walk-up from just tourists, and even locals use his service a lot. Shane also is a flight instructor, and he's done a very nice job picking up where the Lunts left off and continues the tradition of the Brooks seaplane.
Okay.
So Shane's here to answer any questions that some of you may want to ask him.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. Shane, I don't have a question for you. I have a question for Bill. So, Bill, when it comes to setting the fees on our dock, not just for this business, but for the other ones, how do we, I mean, can we charge whatever we want? Do we have to charge based on, like, other things, the fee for services? How does the rate calculated?
These rates were set long ago, and they've been increasing yearly. This particular 28 feet of linear feet that Shane uses, he's paying now currently almost $7,000. Every year, it's gone up $1,000 every year, so that was set some time back. And so Brooks, when I got here 25 years ago, I think was paying a little under $3,000. And so that linear foot base has gone up. The cruise boats have gone up. The parasail's gone up, and then also the kayak and paddleboards have gone up.
So that's not based on fee for services then? It's just basically we
No,
pick it up?
we don't look at their till. It's just based basically on the square footage. For example, the resort boats pay yearly. They have 408 linear feet. They pay us $40,000 to utilize those docks.
Because I got contacted by someone who said that our rates, as compared to commercial rates, what the resort charges are incredibly a bargain. Is that, I mean, do we view that as competition or anything? I mean, how do we,
Well,
why are we so cheap?
We try and steer clear of competition in that way. I mean, I don't want to overcharge these folks. They provide a good service. The revenue that we get go directly into the Parks Capital Improvement Fund, and I'm comfortable with those revenues that we're getting.
But we don't compare that to anything to see if whether we're high, whether we're low.
No.
It's just that's what that's the way we've always done it, basically.
Correct. And if we wanted to dust that off and then do a comparison analysis of other commercial places like the Hagedon Marina, what they charge per linear foot, I don't know if we'd ever get a vendor that would actually be there.
Right. Okay, well, it's an interesting balance. I got the question, and I did not know myself. I know there's some things like the STR fees. I mean, we charge what it costs us. With this, that's not a cost to us.
No, we've done repairs on the docks, and in fact, the cruise boats, for example, have done repairs for us because they have maybe hit a bull rail or snapped off a piling, and so they are really good about letting us know, and they take care of those charges. We ourselves have conducted, we've flipped those boards, we've sanded those boards, we've stained those boards on the dock itself. We've added some extra flotation. The docks are in pretty good shape still, so we have just nominal maintenance on them. So our overall cost in that isn't that great. And again, these revenues that we get from these leases, the monies go into that waterfront improvement account, then we can make the repairs.
Okey-doke. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shane, I was able to sit through your presentation when you came before General Services and Park and Rec, but a lot of the people here weren't not able to, and I think it's a great opportunity for you to, number one, you took over a legacy. I'm so glad you did.
Thank you.
How many planes, when you anticipate to start this summer, and how can all these good people get on your schedule?
You've got the same question everybody is doing this week because the sun is out. So when are we going to start? It's really dependent on weather. So we were down there last Saturday starting to do cleanup and, getting everything kind of prepared for that. We actually had a fire airplane out of, if anybody saw it, out of Montana that stopped in for an overnight. They actually stayed at the resort, but they needed a place to park. They were doing some training. Said, yeah, we'd love to have you. And we had about 40 or 50 people show up on the dock because we're down there and there's commotion and everybody wants to go for a ride. I'm anticipating maybe a light start, possibly depending on weather, and this is all possibly, and kind of a soft start, if we will, to the season. Next week is spring break for my kids at Coeur d'Alene. They are dock hands down there at if anybody's met any of my boys down there. So we're probably going to do a couple flights next week, but I would anticipate mid-April to the end of April to really be starting up, unless the weather really just blows our socks off and the lake starts coming up. The ramp's still, as you guys, anybody that's been down there, the lake's still low, so the ramp's kind of steep. So getting kind of people back and forth up and down the dock. There's a lot of people coming down there, but we do have some ADA restraints, I would imagine, right now, so that we want to look at and be respectful to those people too, to get them there. So I would shoot for mid to end of April, unless if it's 80 degrees out and I can find deckhands while my kids are in school, then we'll start then. Everybody can always go online, so we've got the same website that's been up for a long time. It's brookseaplane.com. You can go on there and you can schedule. You can always call. So right now we're probably getting 20 to 30 calls a day, just because everybody sees the sun out and wants to come down and do that. So the phone is ringing off the hook. I had to leave it in the car because I knew I was going to be up here and I didn't want it ringing while I was here. So you can always do that. And then the third question was history, or I'm sorry.
No, it was how to schedule a ride. I thought you said you had a lot of people just walk right up.
We do. So the majority of our customer base, and I really like it this way, even though you can go online and schedule, is walk-up. So downtown, and we've got a lot of visitors through the summer months and really in through Christmas. It's spectacular how many people come down there. But I would say 80% of our customers are walk-up, so that's what we enjoy the most, because we don't have to turn them away, because it's somebody that's staying here at the resort that sees the airplane or hears the airplane, or they're eating dinner downtown and they want to do it and they're leaving tomorrow, so they come down and we want to be able to service them. So right now we currently have one airplane, and we've got we do have two. So we've got the Citabria that seats one person for the person that wants to do a little bit different flight. We can only run that in the mornings because of the traffic and the size of the waves, basically, that the lake starts to produce. So in the afternoons, this time of year we could run it all day, but in the normal midsummer, the waves start getting a little bit bigger and rough for that small airplane. So we have one, the Beach 18, that If anybody doesn't know the story on that, I'd love to have you guys come down, and you can go online and look it up. But it's got a colorful past and a really neat airplane to come down and take pictures with and experience.
Great. Thank you so much.
Dan?
Well, just one final thing to follow up. We did have a question came to us beforehand that was questioning, I guess somebody had done their own calculus of how much you must make per year and thought we should base our fees on, I guess some percentage of income or something, which I would certainly push back against the, we're not a commercial mortgage thing, and the people that have done it, I rode on Brooks seaplanes when I was a kid, and I'll be 72 this year. So it's been there a while. So provide a service. We're a tourism base, so I think that fits in. So I think that keeping the mortgage rate, and it's based on how many feet of dock space you occupy, and that's a very fair thing, and it sounds like it, increased over time. So, if we want to really look at the formula for that sometime, that's one thing, but I would certainly not want to get into a thing of examining somebody's, cash flow or something. Are we gonna, if we had a really bad summer, are we gonna reduce the rates? Probably not. So, anyway.
And I
think
could
that's-
address that maybe a
Sure.
little bit as an end user,
Sure.
and Bill summed it up great, but I can tell you from what we do in an end user there at the dock, I guess to compare it to a Hagedon dock is they're really parking boats. There is a demand for that type of a dock. They're protected, in that marina to be able to park along there. They do have the day parking on the outer boardwalk that is free. Everybody that's ever, parked in there, you can go and do that. As an end user, we use 28 feet of the end of the dock, basically, and then the rest of it is up to us to maintain. We take care of the electrical that's ran down your guys' dock, actually, even on that. So that was something that was put in by the Brooks family years and years ago on that we work with the resort on that to do that. So I don't know how to, a fair assessment of that. I don't know what that looks like. Yes, we are a seasonal, company there. We have repairs, excuse me, we were just talking about that on our dock as well. So I'm in business to make money. I'm not saying that I'm not in business to make money. I absolutely am. And, it's been something, and there's been some rate increases, and we negotiated a rate increase this year. And me and Bill sat down and talked about that. And so I don't know what the city really looks like and how that rate increases go, but I know that, we work, hopefully 4 or 5 months out of the year on that dock and go from there. So that would be my kind of input to you guys is, and apples to apples is I don't know where you find something to compare it to for a lease space for a, it's not $1 a square foot like I'm renting a building from you guys downtown, just because it doesn't make, that wouldn't make sense on that dock. So there has to be some sort of a usury fee and a maintenance fee from our standpoint.
Thanks.
Thank you for not asking for senior rates, Dan.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Okay.
Woody?
Do you fly at night?
We do not fly at night.
Even
So-
at Christmas time, no?
I would love to do a sunset, and we looked at it this last year, and really everybody knows how the weather went this year. It was just kind of like a light switch. We were in shorts and Hawaiian shirts and flip-flops one day, and it was 75 degrees, and the next day it was snowing and 30, and then it stayed gray all winter. So we hope to get a little bit of the Christmas light flight in the afternoons. It just didn't happen this year. The FAA regulations on what we do and how we do it, and our guidelines is we don't fly at night at all. We have to be on the ground before sunset. So that changes, and that's kind of why how many flights a day we have changes throughout the year. It kind of ramps up as daylight comes in, and then it drops back down. But I think flying around the lake with snow on the top of the mountains and the Christmas lights all around the lake would be phenomenal, absolutely. Even at a sunset environment or before the sun sets, but we weren't able to do it this year. Hopefully, 23, the fall, we'll be able to do a little bit of that.
Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you. I am a fan of seaplanes too, and in fact, I took a lot of rides with actually Bill and Grant back in the day. But I did have a number of conversations from folks I had to agree with had some good points, and I brought these up to Bill. One thing I wanted to clear up is that there's a building down there on the dock that you use as a ticket booth. Is that still there? And it isn't actually on the city dock, it's attached to the city dock.
It's,
that-
well, so I've got two floating docks really at the end of the city dock that the building is on. So all the infrastructure we've got a catwalk, so a 4-foot walkway at the end of the dock that attaches to our property, if you will. That are two docks that are kind of staggered there, as well as the building on that.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that piece that I couldn't remember specifically if it was sitting on the dock. And I think that, part of the public concern is it's a great service to tourists, and it's an iconic piece of downtown Coeur d'Alene. It's been here for forever. But I think the value of one of the most prime pieces of real estate, which is anything on the water, has changed over the last 50 to 75 years. And so what has been brought up to me is that are we keeping anything that is any kind of either a formula or some sort of structure that makes it fair for the lease rates rather than just it goes up $1,000 a year or whatever it has? Is it in line with anything that's close to a fair market value for what the citizens who are taxpayers are paying for that, public asset versus a private party who's leasing from it? So that question does have some legitimacy, and it did seem like it was fairly low rates for commercial rental of any kind compared to any other kind of commercial rental. So I had some questions about that. The other thing I had a question about was that I thought that the renewal of this was on a 3-year basis, and this cycle it went to a 5-year basis, or did I miss that from the previous?
No, we converted that. We've talked before, and some of you have asked me why this is back so soon with other renewals, so we went to a 5 instead of a 3.
And then it says that it can be renewed in 5 years with a written request, but does that come back to council for approval?
Not at that point, no. The same thing is done with all of those leases that on that dock. They have to write a letter to say they still have interest, and that's all it takes, and then there's a renewal.
So technically, this contract would renew this for as long as you wanted it to, at whatever rate the Parks Department had negotiated with the vendor, but it would never come back to council again, and that's where we're at?
Correct.
And you didn't have a note as to when the last time these rates were reviewed for anything comparable?
Well, I can tell you that Shane's rates double anybody else that's on there. Like I said earlier, the cruise boats pay us $40,000 to be there for not the full year. They pull those out in the fall and the winter. Shane is paying almost $30 a linear foot when everybody else is paying less than that.
And the cruise boats don't use that dock for the winter festival?
They do. They pull out at some point, and they have some cruises off there, but it seems like they pull out before the winter, and then they moor those boats on the other side near the launch docks.
And then the other thing that was brought up to me is that with the other bays that are in play here, does anyone have an opportunity to bid on the use of that property at any point?
Well, usually when the leasee gives up their interest. This is how Brooks was given to the Luntz and how Shane took it from the Luntz. Previously, we had 2 different operators for the parasail, and currently the one family's had that for some time. And they also run the same family, two sons, but the same organization, run the kayak and paddleboard rentals there.
And so, do they when it was given, so they are transferring this lease as a business asset to their buyer of their business? When the Luntz transferred it, was it?
Correct. This was a little different in that it was a seaplane. There aren't many people we can go out to and do an RFP on seaplane flights around Lake Coeur d'Alene.
Right.
And so it's pretty specific.
Right.
So Shane was involved in negotiations with the remaining plane, and what he did was also negotiated for the rest of the Luntz contract. And that's why we're here today is it's a tail end of the Luntz contract. And so we're here talking with Shane specifically for him because he picked up the remainder of their lease. again, it has to do with who can actually operate that seaplane business.
But no other type of on-water business would have an opportunity to bid against that lease in the future ever.
Well, and I had thought, if in fact, because the Lunts weren't certain what they were going to do, and when they decided what they wanted to do with it, and I thought if we weren't going to do a seaplane operation, we might look at something different. And the Lunts chose to go ahead and move forward with this, because I was ready to take it back and then convert it to something else. But I think the seaplane operation is one that's, like somebody said earlier, it's historical. And so it's really something that a lot of people come here to do.
Yeah,
I'd hate to lose it.
I would also, and I know the Brookses were involved in creating that as an attraction to get people here. But as you said, now we're discovered, and the majority is walk-up. So it's more of a service than a draw that the city supported to generate tourism. And that's part of the conversation where I just wanted to bring up that the cultures shift a bit, and these are things that were brought up to me, so I wanted to publicly bring them out and make sure that we had an opportunity to address it. So I appreciate it, and I know a lot of people have a lot of fun in seaplanes.
Mr. Mayor.
Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the contract only allows for one extension, one 5-year extension. It's not indefinite.
Oh, so from 5 years from now, they can request, so it's basically a 10-year contract
Thanks for the clarity.
is where we're at? Okay, I feel better about that, but thank you.
Thank you. This issue actually folds into a larger issue, and that is the issue of different summer events. And it's a difficult balance to strike. I'm sorry, did you have anything else you wished to
No,
share?
sir. No, sir.
Okay, well, go ahead and sit down then, Shane. You don't have to stand there. We do a lot of summer events, and we don't always, we're not able to charge all that those events cost. But also, we recognize that we're a resort city, and part of our living as a community is off all of those visitors and locals who enjoy those different kinds of events and opportunities like the seaplane. So you have to balance how much you charge, because if you charge too much, then you can't have the event or the service. And there's not a sure way of determining that, but that's the effort that we make as a city to make sure that we have those events and try to collect a reasonable amount for the cost of the city, but also recognizing that there is some value to the city as a whole in terms of commerce if we have those different events in the city. Any other comments? Yes, Christie.
Mr. Mayor, well said, and I would like to make a motion
Thank you.
to approve resolution number 23-020, approval of a lease agreement with Scenic Adventure Flights LLC and No Limits Aviation Incorporated, DBA Brooks Seaplane Service.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion?
I would just like to comment that I hope that as the years go by and the lease has an opportunity to be reviewed for weights, that we're mindful of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Will the clerk take the roll, please?
Gookin?
Yeah.
English?
Yes.
Wood?
Yes.
Evans? Yes. Miller?
Yes.
McEvers?
Yes.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing. The hearing is A-4-22, annexation of plus or minus 440 acres from county ag to suburban, county ag suburban to city, which includes zones of R3, R8, R17, C17L, and C17, commonly known as Coeur, plus approval of an annexation and development agreement. The first thing I need to do is ask if there are any council members who have a conflict of interest that needs to be disclosed.
No, sir.
Yes.
I don't have a conflict of interest, but I have a question of our attorney. So in our packet, we have a letter from Flugum Law PLLC where an argument is made by the attorney that this is not a quasi-judicial hearing, that this is in fact a legislative hearing, and I would like to hear what our attorney has to say about this. It's about 11 pages citing Idaho code and various reasons from Michelle Fulgham. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Is that you?
Yes, it's Fulgham, you're close.
Fulgham, I'm sorry. And so I'm curious here, and now I know this is the applicant. So what's the deal? Is this a quasi-judicial, or is this legislative, as the applicant is insisting?
The difference between quasi-judicial and legislative depends on who it is affecting. If the hearing is affecting an individual or a specific person or a specific entity, it's quasi-judicial. If it affects the public in general, it's legislative. That's a general description of the two. Since this involves a specific request by a specific entity, in my opinion, it's quasi-judicial. It's not affecting the public as a whole, such as any other ordinance or something like that.
I assume you read this?
I did, and the gist of it is they were just looking at it and hadn't really come to any conclusions, I thought.
Well, I know that if I put you two in a room, there'd be a tremendous fight, and I'd love to see that.
Well, we fought about the word if and where earlier today.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, and I brought that up, Mr. Mayor, because I knew you were going to bring this up about the quasi-judicial thing, and I have no conflicts, or I have not deliberated this prior to this hearing. But I just had to bring that up because it was in our packet, and I wanted to hear what Randy had to say because there was no reply to this from the city.
So again, I would ask each of you to, starting with Dan, to say, I have no conflict.
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 Does anyone have a conflict?
Disclosure. Now, this is going to talk about the fact that because we have a public hearing, then the council cannot have individual discussions with either the proponents or the opponents of this issue. So I'm reading some things here upon my attorney's request. Please note that the term deliberation in the Idaho open meeting laws includes the receipt or exchange of information in any form, including emails, telephone calls, and in-person conversations. In addition, when council sits in a quasi-judicial capacity, its decision can only be based on information presented at the hearing. Therefore, I would ask if any council member has received or exchanged information related to the Coeur annexation request since the last public hearing that is not included in the council packet. And if so, will you please disclose that information now so that the applicant and the public have full knowledge of the information you possess? And again, we need to respond individually.
Okay. Yeah, I have not got anything that I saw for an email that had Coeur. I deliberately did not read in between then and now, and then once we had our packet of everything that's in the packet on the public record tonight, then I've read those. A lot of those, of course, are the same that we've had before, but no, I have not had any other correspondence interaction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No phone calls, no deliberations, and I don't believe I received any emails that the rest of the council didn't also receive.
The same.
The same for me. In fact, most of us, well, I think all of us, when we received those emails, we just passed them on without reading them to our city clerk so they could be included in the packet, so they're part of the hearing tonight rather than prior to that.
Yep, exactly what I was going to say. I forward all mine on to our city attorney to add.
I would only add, I made an announcement at the library meeting that the hearing was going to be postponed and done again, but there was no deliberation and no information, so it was just an announcement of a date.
Pretty much same. Any emails with Coeur as the heading, I moved it on to the city clerk.
Okay. I want to remind people that testimony tonight should pertain only to the new items, and they will be listed on the screen when the city presentation and the proponent's presentation are complete. Those include R3 zoning, reduction of R8 zoning, and revision to the annexation development agreement, zoning districts and maps, maximum number of residential units, buffer zone, street connections to existing subdivision, school sites, police substation, construction activity access, concurrency analysis, affordability covenants, and conceptual master plan. Okay, we'll start with the staff report, and then we will have the applicant and their other speakers, and then we will open the, I open the public hearing when the applicant makes their presentation. So let's begin with the staff report.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll walk you through this. It'll look a lot like our last presentation before you. So a little bit of history. So as you recall, this annexation request has gone to the Planning Commission. That went before them on October 11th, and there was a recommendation to approve the zoning in conjunction with annexation. So they supported that at that time. And then the City Council heard this item in the first public hearing on February 7th. At that time, there wasn't enough information, and council wanted to deliberate on that a little bit more. So they deferred the decision to February 21st. Came before you at that time. There was the motion to deny without prejudice that didn't go forward, and so then there was a decision to reopen the hearing and continue it to this evening. So I am here with you to kind of give you a presentation and overview of the items that were considered changes to the annexation and development agreement, and then the new information that was provided regarding the street connections and input from some of the city departments that council felt needed a little bit more input from the public. So with that, go ahead and walk you through this. So this slide just talks about the applicant and consultant team that are here this evening. The request again is for annexation.
Hillary, we are having a difficult time hearing you.
Oh, are you?
So I
Okay.
don't know if we can turn up Hillary's mic.
Jeff, can you assist in audio? Does that crowd hear me okay?
Not that it was just me.
Okay, so just, no?
It's really,
No.
That was just me. Okay.
All right, Jeff, we need a little audio. Better? No?
I wasn't listening.
Okay. He's on his way. Too many people. Full house, okay.
it's hard to hear.
Is that better? Can council hear?
That's a little
Things
better.
coming
Okay,
through
great.
better.
Can the audience hear now as well? There's maybe a little feedback? Maybe a little less? How about now? Is that better for everyone? Okay, all right.
It's better up here, thank you.
Very good, you're welcome. So here again before you for this annexation request of approximately 440 acres. It's currently located in the county, zoned ag suburban, and the request is to bring this into the city with a mix of zoning designations with the addition of the R3 that's underlined there. Specific note on this slide, there is a separate motion required for the annexation and development agreement. Kind of walk you through the property, kind of the location of this. You can see the subject property is outlined in white. We have Pole Line Avenue here that continues to Hanley. We have Hutter Road on the west. The city's area of city impact is here in yellow, and that's an area where the city expects to grow and where land can be annexed into the city. We have the green line is city limits, so that borders it on the south and the east. And then we have Atlas Road here further to the east. So here's a bird's eye view looking north at the subject property, again outlined in white. Here is the subject property. This time it's outlined in more of a black color, and you can see the surrounding neighborhoods as well as the industrial park. So industrial park here, we have Northshire to the east, Indian Meadows to the east-southeast, Woodside Park to the south, and then we have North Idaho Maritime. We have some parcels that are not included in the annexation request that exist, that are associated with the previous agricultural use. And we have Rickert County Estates here, and the trails to the north, and then Hawks Nest to the northeast, and then ag land to the west. So some of the existing land uses around the property, again, subject property in white. You can see the vacant is to the north. And then we have in this industrial park kind of a mix of commercial and manufacturing and civic uses, residential, single family to the east and to the south. Existing zoning is similar to the land uses. So to the north is the R8, so residential 8 units per acre. We have some C17 over here. M is manufacturing. R3 is the residential with the 3 units per acre. R8, Queen Anne Estates, is the 8 units per acre again. R1 is 1 unit per acre, and then R3 again is that 3 units per acre. So this is the county zoning districts. Again, it's zoned ag suburban, which is similar to the properties to the west. As you recall, it was presented at the last meeting before you on February 21st that we had this new R3 zoning buffer has been added on the east side where there's residential. So it's not on this portion because this is the industrial park. So everything that abuts residential on the east and the south has this new 300 or 200-foot wide R3 zoning buffer area has been added. And that also restricts the uses to the single family uses 32 feet in height, and then of course the accessory uses, any public uses like the well sites, and then trails and open space. So I'm going to walk you through again a little bit of the background. This includes the new R3 for the zoning. So as they come forward with an annexation request, they have to ask specifically for the zoning that they want. And so this is included in this slide, and the revised annexation and development agreement includes updated legal descriptions and maps, as well as this information including the acreage of that new buffer area. So that has been added. It's about 10% of the total acreage. And then they have reduced the R8 in size accordingly. So that still totals the 440 plus or minus. The other zoning districts still remain.
I had a question on that.
Sure.
The buffer, I mean, the R3 new buffer on the long side, and maybe just my angle, but it looks like on the bottom leg that looks a little deeper than the other one is wide. Are they both 200 feet?
They're both 200 feet. I think it
Okay.
might just be kind of
Okay.
an optical illusion
Yep.
on that.
Okay,
Yep.
thanks. No,
And then the
that's
C17L, I should point that out, that's for the well site, I think so.
fine. Okay.
Just clarifying that. And then this is also something that was included in the revised annexation and development agreement that I presented last meeting. So this is a phasing plan, and this was something that there was a lot of questions about how this project is going to be developed over time. And so this shows how they intend to develop it, starting with phase 1 in the north, and then moving down to phase 2. And then phase 3 and phase 4 would be the commercial area. There are some subphases and some overlapping that could take place, but this clarifies the duration that's anticipated and then when each of those phases is expected to begin. The R3 zoning, as I mentioned, so this has been added. So in your staff report and on this slide, just explains what is R3 zoning. So this is one of the lowest intensity residential zoning districts we have in the city other than R1. So this allows for the 3 units per gross acre density. So it's residential uses, it's single family detached housing. And then really just clarifies what that means. So single family, 1 single family, and could be 2 single family homes if there's adequate room on the lot. Otherwise, you could have 1 single family home and an accessory dwelling unit, or ADU. And here are the permitted principal uses that are allowed, and then accessory uses that are typical. So there are 4 findings that are required for an annexation. So those are on the slide here. And if you recall, in February, at the first meeting, February 7th, Sean walked you through all of the findings in detail. And so that information has not been included in the packet for this evening, but that is still part of the information that you can consider for making your decisions this evening, kind of walking through each of those findings and the information that you have heard at each of the hearings through staff's presentations and public and the applicant team. So these next few slides are really the revisions to the annexation and development agreement. So just wanted to walk you through this. This is really, again, as the mayor stated, this is the focus of this evening, is to talk about these changes and to get any clarification from staff and to hear public testimony regarding these. So the first is, again, the zoning district zoning map. Those have been revised to include that R3 buffer and then the updated exhibits. That includes, as I mentioned, the map and legals have all been updated to reference that, as well as the acreages. There is this provision now, there's a maximum number of residential units. And so the applicant team has agreed to have a maximum number of 2,800 units. So they are allowed much more than that. I think this is about 56% of what they would be allowed with the zoning districts they're requesting. But this number was based on the wastewater analysis, and they have agreed to this number. Also, just clarifying that the density is governed by the underlying zoning and consistent with the conceptual master plan. As mentioned in the previous slides, there is this new 200-foot wide R3 zoning buffer on the east and south sides with these limitations that it would be single-family only, open space trails and public utilities would be allowed, and then having a maximum of a 32-foot height. So 4.3 was one of the sections that has had a lot of conversation and input, and so this was a revision to the agreement based on that direction from City Council. So this limits the street connections to 2 required access points at Nez Perce and Appaloosa. And in the staff report for this evening's continued hearing, you can see the additional comments from our police, fire, and streets and engineering departments. And if they're all here this evening if you have any questions for them. But those 2 streets are half-mile spacing, and so that was ideal for police and fire. Staff has indicated previously that all 7 connections have existed since the 70s and early 80s. The more connections you have, you disperse more of the traffic, but council gave the direction to reduce the number, and so 2 have been included, and that is indicated in this revised agreement. We also wanted to make sure it was clear in this agreement that bollards and locked gates are not acceptable. So they do need to be through connections, streets that are available for public use as well as for public safety. But we did add the additional provision in there to make sure that the design was such that it's discouraging people from using those. But we would need those to be open.
Mr. Mayor, Hillary, if I could just make a comment.
Of course.
On 4.3, the
Yes.
street connections, you have stated that was direction of council. I just want to clarify that that is not the direction of the full council. That is, actually has yet to be determined. I mean, there might have been some consensus among some council, but not all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so you're right, there were a couple council members that didn't want any connections, and then there was others that wanted
Actually,
some connections.
that was taken from our public safety chiefs as something that they felt necessary, as you would have seen in the,
I did see that. That's why it wasn't a direction of council. You can't hear me? Sorry.
The mayor,
Oh, they can't hear you.
what's that?
They can't hear you.
I have a terrible voice, and my grandson every time I go down to see him, he gives me a cold, so it's even worse.
oh yes, so if you could clarify that point again, because you're right, that public safety had indicated the additional connections. Is that what you were saying, Mr. Mayor? Because I'm not sure the public heard that. Okay. So additionally, this section 4.3 clarifies traffic calming features to discourage speeding and to the greatest extent reasonably possible to discourage through traffic. And then we did clarify that of the additional streets, if they are to be terminated, that there would still need to be pedestrian and bicycle access. And then also, we need to make sure for wastewater, which is in another section, that there would be the easements for them, and so that wouldn't have a structure built over it, because there are wastewater infrastructure that is required at some of these connections. So this is an exhibit showing the existing rights-of-way. As I mentioned, there are 7 that currently exist, and you can see them here. And these are the ones that are just on the east and the south sides. And then the 2, the Nez Perce and Appaloosa, are the half-mile spacing and are indicated here with the blue dots. Roundabouts, this was added as a revision to the agreement as well, that to be prohibited on Hanley Avenue And then as noted previously, the wastewater easements was added to ensure that we can have access to the wastewater infrastructure.
Hillary,
Yes?
with regard to the roundabouts on Hanley, is that because of the challenge that the roundabouts have become relative to the proximity to Lake City High School?
There's, yes, concern. So the police department had requested that we didn't have roundabouts in proximity to the school site on the north side.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so just continuing on the wastewater easement, just clarifying what are their easement requirements, so that's been provided. School sites, this has some feedback from the police department and the school district regarding access and safety, so the right turn lane for eastbound traffic on Hanley is really important, so that's a police department requirement, and that the owners would be responsible for the cost of the necessary rectangular rapid flashing beacons, or RFBs, including installation costs for both school sites. So those are helpful for pedestrian and bicyclist crossing. And then the addition of a new police substation that would be located within the commercial area. So as you saw on the previous slide, there is a new phasing plan that has been added, so that section 6.1 has been revised to include that. The section 6.2, the use limitations, has been deleted. There was a new section 6.3 added regarding the restriction of construction vehicles through the established neighborhoods, and that they need to access the site from Hutter and Hanley. And then the concurrency analysis was revised, so that's been in the agreement from the beginning, but we further clarified that to include the unit count and the overall density by zone, by phase, and then compliance with the total cap on density and number of units. 6.5 was revised to clarify that the mix of affordable housing would be a mix of both rental and for sale units. So 5% of each of those would be that meets the 80 to 130% AMI, which is area median income, for the date on which it's sold or rented. And then ensuring a mix of bedroom counts for all unit types. Affordable and workforce housing would be protected by deed restrictions or other equally effective methods. So make sure it's affordable in perpetuity, and then offering a first right of refusal to Habitat for Humanity for a minimum of one multifamily parcel. So those were all revised in that section. And then 6.6 was revised just to change the exhibit number, just to make sure everything was accurate. One of the comment letters that came in over the weekend you received, so Post Falls Highway District provided some comments and requested changes to the agreement, and so there are just some minor clarifications that has already been incorporated into the agreement negotiated with the applicant team. And so it's just adding this language under the rights of way and easements that it would be to enter into a road development agreement with the Post Falls Highway District in this next section 4.2.3. Instead of saying in consultation with, it would be that they would also be approving it, and that it must comply with Post Falls Highway District standards if the jurisdiction of the has jurisdiction of the public right-of-way, excuse me. And then lastly, on 4.2.4, we added this language, and must comply with Post Falls Highway District's access management ordinance if the district has jurisdiction of the public right-of-way. So that is kind of the overview of that. There are 2 decision points before you. So you have this request for annexation in conjunction with zoning. So you have an ordinance for that. There are separate findings and a findings worksheet you have to do for that, and approval of the annexation and development agreement, which is a resolution. So you have the ability to make findings and approve, deny, or deny without prejudice. As I mentioned, you have that separate motion. And then here's kind of just an overview of what would happen if you decide to approve of the request. This is the slide that shows all the revisions. So once public testimony begins after the applicant's presentation, we'll have this back up on the screen just so everyone can focus in on those changes that have been made. So with that, I would be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for Hillary? Dan?
I have a question from staff on a few of the items. I don't know if Hillary wants to answer these or not. So I have a question for police regarding the substation and the access roads, Nez Perce and Appaloosa. And here
Okay.
comes our chief of police.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Hi, Chief. So this is from your report for police. This is new. This is the substation. Why would you need a substation over there? And what would the substation do?
We work off a beat principle. The idea is that we like to keep our officers in the areas in which they're working. And so with this area being relatively removed and only having 2 points of access, the idea is we want to keep the officers in this new development with 10,000 people and 2 schools and a large commercial area to the greatest extent possible. Really, we're just talking about a small place where the officers who are assigned to this area can use a restroom and maybe a microwave to heat up a meal, so they don't have to drive the 15 minutes back to the station to use the restroom and then come back. That's a half an hour outside of their regular patrol area. That's the main reason for this.
And the access points, you just chose them based on their distance and also the response time?
Yeah, so I would tell you, and I think Jeff Walther, or Captain Walther, that came and spoke in the last hearing, I think did a pretty good job of explaining this. Our need for access is directly tied to density. And so if this entire property is zoned R1 or R2, then we really don't have a need for access, really. But when we're talking about 8 to 10,000 people plus 2 schools in a commercial area, we have to be able to get cops there quickly in emergency. Typically, when we're talking about developments of this type or this size, then we like to have access about every half a mile. And the natural half-mile points in towards on the eastern part of the boundary, there would be one that would go through Industrial Loop. Well, that's not on the table at this point. So the next one south is, I believe, Nez Perce, and then south there is Appaloosa. There's some other roads that do go through, but the ones to the north, Spears, I think, is a road that goes through. There's several turns to get up there, and so I don't think that would be something that we would utilize in an emergency. So the main straight thoroughfares of Nez Perce and Appaloosa would work best for getting additional resources into that area in an emergency.
But you did say that if it was zoned, say, R1 or R3, the access points through those roads would not be a requirement.
No, if there's only, 400 people living in that area, the need for emergency responses, percentage-wise, is reduced dramatically.
The presence of the schools doesn't affect that then?
It would a little bit, depending on where they're at. So the schools, is the way I understand them, the one's going to be off of Hanley, so officers would be coming from additional schools that are up in that area, for instance, the middle school and high schools that are just to the east of there, so the responses would be from there, so it wouldn't be as big of an issue. Look, we have 24% of the calls for service that we respond to annually are in single-family homes. We have an additional 11% that occur in apartments, apartment buildings. So the vast majority of calls that we respond to are single-family homes or residences. When you put 8,000 people in an area like this, we have to be able to place our officers there quickly in emergency, and that's our main reason for requesting access in.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Let's see. Wastewater, please. My favorite department. This is about the maximum number of residential units, which is new. And I guess you requested the maximum number to be 2,800 units, which is the maximum number under the modeling provided by the wastewater department. So given that, is that in anticipation of further growth in the city? I mean, I think the goal here is you don't want to cap us out.
Right, so that took into consideration the maximum growth within the city as well as incorporating that. So it takes into account, I don't have a great, well, I'll point to where it isn't. It takes into account this area here as well as, maybe some infill we have, and even to include the U.S. Forest Service land that's over there. The modeling assumed a certain amount of flow from all those areas. Mm-hmm. And spat out a proposed plan. Okay, we'll need to change this pipe size or that sort of a thing. So there's several projects that we need to do that we discussed previously. But yeah, it took into account the growth of the city.
So that's kind of the cap realistically on the growth is how much your plant can handle.
Yes, well, it's more than just a plant. It's also the collection system as well. I mean, you got to get it to the plant. But yeah,
okay.
As a whole.
All right, very good. Thank you. I want to make sure I got everyone that I had on the other. And Hillary, you'd probably handle the rest of the questions. Thank you. So the revision, the zoning, we revised the zone, and it says here in the notes that R1 zoning was discussed, but it's the most inefficient zoning in the city. Why is R1 inefficient? What was the motivation for not doing R1?
Well, it's just how spread out the properties are, right? So if you look at kind of operation and costs over time for roads, infrastructure, all of that, the maintenance that's required, so the larger your lots, the less efficient development is. And so we have, the intention of having R1 is to kind of have it, in areas where you aren't going to have a lot of changes over time. So up in the foothills or something like that, right, where you have kind of these environmental constraints where it just kind of makes sense. But it's the least efficient in terms of operating with wastewater, water, street plowing, all of those things. If you can kind of think of it from, you guys kind of run a business, right? We look at our budgets each year and how much things cost from a city's perspective.
Okay. The buffer zone, it says that, and this is new, the buffer zone is a minimum 200 feet buffer. So it's a minimum, it's 200 feet. Is there anything that could happen in the future that would change that amount?
It would have to revise this whole agreement, so that would be locked in through the annexation and development agreement.
Yeah. So if they wanted to remove
to
it,
come
say,
back.
somewhere, that has to come back to
Correct.
us?
Yes, it would.
Then there's a whole public process involved?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know. Also, in the same line is the future PUD proposals. This is 6.1, which has been revised, and it says that council will be notified of any significant changes in the preliminary phasing plan. Future PUD and subdivision proposals shall consider compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods, but they don't come to us. So PUDs, if there was a PUD for this that considerably altered some of the stuff we're deciding tonight, that doesn't come to us unless it's appealed.
Correct, but if there's a significant change, or if it's something brand new, you have to modify this agreement. So the agreement comes back to you with a public hearing.
Okay, all right, just double checking on all that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Christie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk a little bit about, through this process, I want to be fair to Kootenai Land Company. I would say that everything that we have directed or discussed as council and staff has taken back to them, they've been quick to agree to. And so I want to commend them for that, for the efforts to make, I think, 18 acres of park space, trails, the buffer zone. So I think that's all really good, and you've reduced some of the density, so I appreciate that. It really, at this point, isn't, for me, about the product that you are putting forth. It's about the connections to the neighborhoods. And so that's what I feel we need to focus on. Our city planners are professionals. We rely on them. They do good work for us. Our role is different than theirs. Our role is, it's on paper, how does it affect a community? And that's what we're all struggling with in trying to decide what actually makes sense. So I want to commend the development team for, they've been fantastic in listening to us and making those adjustments. In fact, I think you initially said you didn't need any access. Well, we've heard from public safety, and so zero access probably isn't doable. I've lived here almost my whole life. Council's lived here as long, and I fortunately am very familiar with your neighborhoods because I was a police officer. I drove through there. I love it there. I like to go look at the gardens in the summer. So I'm very familiar with the neighborhoods. I think it's a struggle to accept that kind of impact to a neighborhood when you know what that impact will be. So for me, as a councilman, I want to minimize that as much as possible. I also think about police and fire when they tell you we have to have some access. Just being familiar with it, I know that, let's say, over by the new school at some point in time, whether it's the middle school or the elementary school, I think about what if a small child was mauled by a dog? We can't have our first responders going around a 10-minute drive longer to try to do some life-saving measures on a child. So what's reasonable? I'm not in favor of more than one access, and I would want to minimize that, but we'll have that discussion as council. The police substation, again, I threw that out there, hoping that you would appreciate that and immediately agreed to it. I think it's necessary. So I think as we work through this, no one's going to come out feeling like they got everything they wanted. We're going to be looking for compromises that we can all live with. And it's not going to be an easy process. But I'm interested in hearing what the rest of council and what all of you have to say.
Go ahead. Questions?
Hillary, I have a couple of follow-up questions. And at our last meeting, there was a comment about stakes and about the phasing.
Right.
And I was hoping to bring Terry up to the microphone to add some clarification. And I believe the stakes were located on the map in Phase 3.
Mayor and council, thank you. So it was located right here at this well site. Those stakes belong to the water department. We had an agreement with the developer to be able to test the site first to see whether it was suitable for a new well source. The assistant director, Kyle Marine, had walked the local neighborhood there to let the folks know what was going on, and so there was some confusion there. I do apologize for that, but that's what it was. It had nothing to do with the developer at all. Those were ours. We have drilled a test well there. Unfortunately, it's nothing but fine sand. There was water, but it's too onerous on us to try and make it work, so we're going to reject that site, turn it back to the applicant, and look for a new site. We've already spoke with their engineer, and we'll move forward with that later on, but that was what that had to do with.
Thank you. I have another question on connections, and I think we'll have a lot of discussion on the connections, as Christy mentioned. With two connections there with Appaloosa and Nez Perce, my question is, I'm concerned about unintended consequences on those two streets by limiting the access points to two. And I understand why we're having the discussion for two. What I'd like to talk about and hear from our city team is the strain on those two streets by concentrating the traffic just to two connections versus dispersing it throughout. I don't know the right answer, but I'd like to discuss this further in hopes that we can mitigate any unintended consequences of limiting that.
And perhaps the proponent can provide some.
Absolutely,
And
yes.
Mr. Mayor,
perhaps
would you
the
like-
proponent can provide information as well.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Evans, would you like for staff to address that at this point with the straight connections?
Let's just wait till
Wait, okay,
he does his presentation, or they.
okay.
That's fine, thank you.
Other questions of Hillary? Okay. Then the next issue will be for the proponent, but before we ask the proponent as well as all of those who wish to testify have to be sworn in, again, as per state law. And so we're going to do a group swearing again rather than doing that individually. So if you do wish to testify tonight and you have signed up, please stand up and the clerk will swear you all in at the same time.
Okay, everybody raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, we'll ask the applicant to provide a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Michelle Foljam. I'm a land use attorney representing Kootenai County Land Company in this annexation, zoning, and development agreement application. Like my colleague Brad Marshall, I've been doing land use work in Coeur d'Alene and Kootenai County for over 30 years. In my legal practice, I've represented neighborhood groups, I've represented developers, I've represented government entities. In the 90s, I was the in-house civil attorney for the Kootenai County Commissioners doing the land use litigation. So I'm very familiar with these types of applications. What's particularly beneficial about this Coeur application, and especially the development agreement conditions, is that it gives the city the ability to plan for, control, and address long-term future growth on 440 acres abutting the adjacent boundary of the city. I want to talk about the governing legal standards that apply. And it's important in analyzing this application to recognize that this is not an application for a specific permit. It's not an application for any subdivision plat, for any PUD, or any development permit approval that's going to allow any activity. That's not occurring yet. And some of the objections, we meet with the neighbors a lot, and we talk to them a lot, and we hear that they claim that specific information is lacking and that more studies are needed. At the time in the future when the subdivision application is presented, when the PUD application is presented, when the specific development is presented, then additional details, additional study, and additional information comes forward at the time that there's something specifically being applied for to develop. We're not there yet. We're only doing annexation, zoning, and the development agreement. The land use, the statutory code that governs the annexation is Idaho Code 50-222, and we've talked about this statute a lot. Cities of the state of Idaho should be able to develop annexed lands which are reasonably necessary to ensure the orderly development of Idaho cities, to provide for efficient and economically viable provision of tax-supported and fee-supported municipal services for development of private lands along the urban fringe. That's what we're doing. Subsection 2 of Idaho Code 50-222 is the definition of a Category A annexation. And that's what we are. We're a Category A annexation because 100% of the landowners consent and agree to being annexed into the city, and we're adjacent and abutting the city in the ACI, the area that's been planned for annexation for decades. Category annexations are purely legislative matters. The Idaho Supreme Court has clearly spoken on this, and the question that you raised, Councilmember Gookin, in my legal memorandum letter on page 5, I quote from the Idaho Supreme Court decision in Black Labrador Investments versus the city of Coeur. The Idaho Supreme Court said, historically, this court has characterized annexation decisions as legislative decisions by cities, and therefore not subject to judicial review. They cite a case, Crane Creek, goes back to 1990, and Crane Creek also held annexation is a legislative act of the city government accomplished by the enactment of an ordinance, and it's not subject to judicial review. I attached those cases to my letter so that you could specifically read the court's exact language. More recently, in 2011, Steele versus City of Shelley, the Idaho Supreme Court again reiterated category annexations, because 100% of the landowners consent to that, is a legislative matter.
Hold on for a second here.
Michelle, I'm curious as to, and I know our attorney said it's quasi-judicial. Is the reason you bring that up is because you believe, and after reading your report, that this decision cannot be appealed?
The annexation part is not subject to judicial review in a petition for judicial review. That's Idaho law. Now, zoning is a different story. Zoning is under the Local Land Use Planning Act. Annexation is not under the Local Land Use Planning Act. Mm-hmm. And that's the important distinction that I'm trying to bring out, that annexation is purely legislative. We've consented to it. There's no appeal.
Okay, and in your experience, is this normally done in two phases, one hearing for annexation and a second hearing for zoning?
No, I mean, I'll move into the zoning, because once you annex the property, once it becomes into the city boundary, you immediately put zoning on it. You immediately, right after the annexation, apply the zoning that applies to this newly annexed property. So one hearing's fine.
Is annexation a right?
Nope.
Thank you.
The zoning ordinance, Idaho Code 67-6511, and the comp plan decide the zoning that's going to be attached to the newly annexed land coming into the city. And the comprehensive plan that this council, it's an award-winning comprehensive plan, it's very good, it's very thorough, it's just recently been adopted, but it's a guide. It's not a rigid mandatory requirement that things match up exactly. And in numerous meetings with the neighborhood groups and with residents, we've heard comments about the commercial zoning, the C-17, which is below this little cutout piece, not exactly matching the comp plan designation for commercial use. With the cutout piece, we don't own it. It's Roy Armstrong's residence. We're not going to annex it. We're not going to commercially zone his property. So we moved it down slightly below that little cutout piece. And some of the opposition has said, you're not consistent with the comp plan. You're not matching up exactly as an overlay. That's not required. The comp plan, as a matter of law, is not a legally controlling zoning doctrine. The Idaho Supreme Court has repeatedly held that comp plans do not mandate strict adherence to zoning compliance. Comp plans are flexible vision guides for future development. So it's not a problem that they don't match up exactly with that little cutout piece and the commercial property is slightly below that. A number of Idaho Supreme Court decisions have so held. South Fork Coalition versus Commissioners of Bonneville County, Bone versus City of Lewiston, Giltner Dairy versus Jerome County, and Balzer versus Kootenai County Board of Commissioners reinforced the longstanding Idaho law that a zoning ordinance need not strictly conform to the comprehensive plan land use designation. There is leeway for some flexibility, and I think it warrants talking about this area in the bottom of the project. Pursuant to the comprehensive plan, it's designated compact neighborhood. That would be an R17 zone. To match the zoning with the comprehensive plan, this area would be R17 zoning. When we submitted our materials, we felt that was too high. We thought R17 is too much close to these neighborhoods. So we backed it off to R8. And we received resistance from the city staff and at the Planning Commission. They said, you're not complying with the comprehensive plan. You need to increase your density and go up to make it match. You need to be up closer to R17 because the comp plan says it's a compact neighborhood. And we said, no, that's too much density. And there's flexibility with the comp plan. We can go less. And the council's gone even further. We're now down to R3. Completely valid, completely legal, because there's flexibility with the comp plan to do that in interpreting the zoning. We also received some comments from the neighbors that this diagram, our schematic plan, has changed. We participated in the comp plan process back in May of 2020. And we submitted materials showing here's what we envision for the future of these 440 acres. That's what's supposed to happen at comp plan proceedings. Everybody in the community has noticed the opportunity to come in and debate. We showed what we were thinking of 3 years ago. I don't know why the neighborhood groups did not participate in the comp plan process and raise the objections to that compact neighborhood zoning, but we did, and everybody had the opportunity. But now there's some criticisms saying 3 years later, our master plan, our concept diagram is different than what we talked about 3 years ago in the comp plan meetings. Well, number one, comp plan meetings 3 years ago, completely different, separate proceeding than our annexation zoning where we are now. Completely separate, unrelated. And I submit to you the fact that the plan has changed is good. It shows we're listening to the neighbors at the Croc meeting, shows we're listening to the neighbors in the last 2 meetings we had in this room. We've bumped the zoning all the way down to R3 in a compact neighborhood. These revisions have occurred over the past 3 years, and they should. That's part of the feedback and the dialogue. It's a criticism, it's a good thing that there have been changes based on feedback and input. Finally, the legal standards for the development agreement codes, Idaho Code 67-6511A has allowed statutorily development agreements since the early 90s. We've used them throughout the states, throughout jurisdictions all through the state, and it was originally the Idaho Association of Cities that went to the legislature and wanted 67-6511A adopted, so contract zoning would give the cities a tool to extract commitments, obligations from developers when they get annexation and zoning approval. It gives cities control over what happens once this property comes into the city and it's annexed with new zoning. Even if the property is sold, even if the development falls through, if a new party takes ownership, the development agreement contract is binding. It's recorded against the title of the land as an encumbrance, and it travels with it. I personally think developments, and this one in particular, are beneficial ways for the city to get benefits they would not otherwise get. By way of example, the city police substation. It's a great idea. It took us a nanosecond to agree to it, but there's no city code, there's no Idaho statute, there's no law that gives the city the power to mandate a developer to do that. And some developers might not agree. We voluntarily consented, built it into the development agreement, and it's a benefit the city would not have got but for the development agreement. Same with workforce housing. The city has no code, there's no Idaho statute, there's no legal authority that gives the city the power to mandate workforce housing. But the developer voluntarily consents, contractually obligates itself in the development agreement to do workforce housing. Same with park donations of 18 acres, trails of 4.5 acres, the school sites, the traffic studies, the 2,800 cap. All of those things are not, they're contractually built in as legal obligations that the city wouldn't necessarily have the legal authority, the code, or the statutory authority to mandate those parks or those trails. So I think that that development agreement is a good tool to give the city these additional benefits, and it's in the contract. It's legally obligated. It's recorded. The process for negotiating these development agreements has been complied with. There's been no problem. There's been no illegal conduct or procedures. Under your code, it is 17.50.020. It starts with the community development director who decides if a development agreement is necessary. Then it goes to the planning commission. If they adopt it, it becomes a condition of approval. Then the city attorney, the director, the developer, and all of the city departments start building in the things they want. The wastewater conditions, the street conditions, the police conditions. They start putting in all of that. It's negotiated. And under your code, thereafter, it's submitted to the council for your review, rejection, modification. All of that's occurred. All of that's been proper. All of that's been legal and in compliance with the law. There was a little bit of confusion, I think, at the last hearing about substantial modifications, and they don't have to occur in the public hearing. If there's an amendment under subsection D of your code, after the development agreement is adopted, it's in place. If there's an amendment, any change goes back to the planning commission, goes back to a public hearing, a recommendation from the planning commission comes to city council, there's another public hearing, and then you decide if you want to adopt that substantial change as an amendment to the agreement or you don't. I've taken at least 6 cases to the Idaho Supreme Court on due process land use matters. This record, these proceedings do not have any due process violations. I'm very familiar with the standards, the conduct. There's been no violation of open meetings. There's been no violation of quasi-judicial procedures. The legal requirements have been met for annexation, for the zoning. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, although there's a little flexibility. They don't have to match exactly, but you certainly can't throw out the comprehensive plan and go to R1 or anything like that. That's more than what the law allows. But we do comply with the annexation code. We comply with the zoning, and the consistency and the development agreement has been negotiated properly under Idaho law and your city code. So we request that it be approved because it meets all the requirements. At your last hearing, you requested that we meet with the public some more, and Brad Marshall will talk about that. And you also wanted us to work on traffic discouragement devices to encourage traffic to go west instead of east, and Gabe is here to talk about those.
Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. Gabe Gallinger, Civil Engineer with Kootenai County Land Company. As Michelle just mentioned, I am here to talk about traffic and connectivity, specifically related to Condition 4.3 in the Development Agreement. I'd like to start real quickly. Oh, sorry. I'd like to start with the overall plan and just quickly remind everybody that the proposed streets in this concept plan have always been designed to encourage traffic to use Hutter and Hanley as primary access points. The central collector is located in the most convenient location within this development to direct our traffic to the adjacent arterial system. An example, regardless of if you're on the east or the west side of the collector, you go to that collector. If you turn left or if you turn right, that collector street will direct you out to Hutter Avenue on the west or Hanley Avenue on the north. Okay, now I'm going to zoom in more to the southeast corner of the site, focusing on specific connection locations. The original master plan showed a connection at Woodside and Arrowhead. Those two connections will be eliminated. Okay, and a connection to Appaloosa would be included based on Condition 4.3 in the development agreement. So now for the looking at the streets and the development and the layout, we have two north-south streets that would promote and take neighborhood traffic close to that connection location. A modification that could be proposed would be to eliminate those two connections and connect that street to the east. This takes away neighborhood connectivity from the close proximity to that connection point. In addition, we could take that local street, connect it all the way out to Hutter Avenue. Now, from that neighborhood, when you want to go out and get into an arterial system or travel throughout the city, the most convenient route, the quickest route, is going to be to hit that local street, go west out to North Hutter Road. And I also like to clarify that the intersection connection that we would propose from our local street to Appaloosa would be a stop-controlled intersection. So any traffic leaving our development would come to a stop sign and take a left onto Appaloosa. So it's not a direct connection where traffic would have be already at the speed limit going straight into their development. They would come to a stop, take a left. So now if we go to the central portion of the site, our original plan had a connection at Laurel Avenue. That connection would be also removed under this condition. And we've always had the Nez Perce connection shown in the master plan, so that would remain. Now, again, if we dive in a little further to the local street connections, we have two intersections, one from a neighborhood to the north, one from a neighborhood to the south, to the new section of Nez Perce Avenue. Those also could be removed and relocated from those neighborhoods directly out to the central collector. Again, take a left, take a right, stay on the collector, you're directed out to Hutter or north to Hanley. So that would provide a good alternative for people to still have adequate ingress, egress, but discourage people from using Nez Perce to go to the east. So the remaining, now that we've discouraged the traffic from using Nez Perce, we can incorporate traffic calming devices on that remaining section to help maintain the neighborhood characteristic of that street. And traffic calming devices typically could include chicanes, speed humps, potentially narrowing the road, anything that makes drivers have to pay more attention and typically drive at a lower rate of speed.
Can you share with the audience what a chicane is?
Absolutely. So I have some examples here. A chicane
Thank
is
you.
essentially a curbed island. They're alternating curbed islands that would protrude out into the typical street. So you take a straight section of road and it makes it feel like a meandering section of road. So you can see a real world example there in the top right corner. If you look at the bottom, we have a before. We just have a wide swath of pavement. If you go to the right side of the screen, you've now incorporated some curb islands, some signage, some striping that does cause traffic to meander, typically allowing them to slow down. And then in addition to chicanes, we have speed humps. These are long, less obtrusive than speed bumps, typically incorporated or often incorporated with pedestrian crossings. Our master plan does have a trail crossing right at our eastern boundary. That I think would be a good location to incorporate something like a speed hump. So traffic, as it leaves the Coeur development, enters the Indian Meadows development, it would be going over a speed hump, causing those speeds to be reduced and that traffic not to have just that long straight corridor to continue to go. So with that, I would like to turn over the presentation to Brad Marshall to talk about our public involvement and zoning.
Hold on just a minute, I've got a question. Chrissy?
Thank you. Gabe, if
Yes.
your portion's done, I do have some questions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm not in favor of the Appaloosa entrance, and I want to talk with you about that a little bit.
Okay.
The phasing plan, that development could possibly be 10 years out. So I'm having a hard time even considering putting a road into an area that may or may not be developed. We don't know what will happen 10 years from now. And then we'd have traffic just running through that neighborhood constantly with no development going on for 10 years maybe. So I'm just not interested in that Appaloosa section at all. But I had a question for you on the industrial loop. Have you really looked into that? I know there's some property that's for sale out there. Have you looked at it at all as far as, is that feasible? Because you started out with 5 entrances into this subdivision, existing neighborhood, I should call it. Those were going to be apparently on the developer's dime. You're going to pay for all those roads. Council's eliminated most of those. So that's a big cost savings. I can see why you'd agree to that. But what about purchasing something that makes sense in an industrial area is where traffic makes sense. So have you looked at that?
So, yes, a little clarification. The original 5 connections were drafted by the city and put in the development agreement. Not, again, our master plan showed 4 initially, so
Right.
just a little clarification. But yes, we have looked at the potential to, and the piece that's for sale in the industrial loop and how that could be incorporated. I'm not sure if this overall master, yeah, this example doesn't show the streets, but industrial loop, I'm not saying it's not possible. There's a challenge. The industrial loop actually has a radius in it in that location within that property, and it's not an ideal location for an intersection on that radius. I haven't looked specifically if it would meet the minimum deflection angle allowed by the city, or how that would work. But again, it would cause some issue. We'd have to look at it from a higher or a more lower level design analysis standpoint. And we haven't done that yet, but we have looked at it. I think the location, it is good. It is kind of on that half-mile spacing. There are definitely some benefits to it.
Are you willing to take a look at that?
Yes.
Okay, and then the other question on the roads, if you look at, I think the proposal is Nez Perce, you say it's been there in your master plan for quite some time. That too is an entrance to a quiet neighborhood. It's got a divided road, as you know. From what I can remember, it matches up to an old farm road that's going to go right past maybe that Armstrong residence. Is that correct? Mullen?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how you're going to mitigate traffic past his house, but
So, yes, great question. So if you look at the cursor that comes, and that extension of Nez Perce intersects our north-south collector, meanders to the south, and then ties into Hutter, I don't know exactly how many feet, 300 feet or so south of the out parcel where Roy lives.
So you're not looking at Mullen anymore?
We have meandered it south.
see.
One of our discussion points was specifically for that reason. We didn't want to extend a street right by his home.
Okay. I think the other things I'd like to know is, you talked about some traffic calming things for Nez Perce, but Nez Perce, that development was put in, I believe, in the 70s. There's a lot of areas there that the city may legally have a right-of-way to, and maybe this question is more for Sean or Hillary. We might have a right-of-way, but we have never exercised it. There's no curbing, there's no sidewalks for part of it. So now to do that, are you into people's lawns? And, there's mailboxes right at the street. And again, no sidewalks that are existing now. And maybe a little bit by the dog park, but how do you develop a large street like that without impacting property that's existing? Maybe Hillary and Sean, if you can answer that. Go ahead, Hillary.
Yeah, I can speak to her, and then Gabe can respond as well, but there's no proposal to change any of the residential
Or
streets.
you need to speak up.
There's no proposal to change any of the existing residential streets. So there would be, all the traffic calming and design would be within the subject property. There's never been any proposal to wipe out landscaping, take people's yards, put sidewalks, curbs, gutters.
You would leave Nez Perce exactly as it is?
Yes.
And so the development wouldn't start until the other side of the trail?
That is correct.
So how do we do traffic calming there?
It's within this project. And then there might be some additional things that need to happen on their street, but there's never been a proposal to have the city come in or have the development team pay for sidewalks or other things to change
Okay, I
within the
appreciate
existing
that
areas.
answer. And then just one more, Mayor, and then I'll be quiet for a bit. Michelle, you had talked about the police substation, Michelle, right? Did I have that right? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we built it into the development agreement, yes.
Yeah, well, Chief White is such a nice guy. They need more than a place to just use a rest area and a microwave. They need an actual area to do their reports, maybe do an interview. It can't just be a closet. I hope we understand that going into it, that they'd need parking, specialized parking outside, some security features. So
I think Gabe, as the engineer that's going to be designing where this goes, has been thinking about those kind of additional things, and it's not going to be the bare minimum. It's not fair. It's not right. It's not the good thing to do, so.
And we'll continue to meet with the chief and get those specifics when we get to that, for sure.
Thank you.
I do have one more point of clarification. I think when you were referring to the Appaloosa connection, that it being in place for some 10 years before development happened, that connection would be made with development in 10 years. The proposal is not to make that connection immediately and leave it in place. So it would come with phase development when phase development gets to that area.
And how would Kootenai Land Company respond to us saying, well, then come back in 10 years and we'll talk about it?
So I guess we will, when we have a development application for that area that includes that connection, we will be back in the public process and going through the city's application process to get approval for those connections at that time.
Is it 10 years, a lot changes in 10 years. And it may not
Absolutely.
be necessary at all, and so it's hard to sit here today and say, do it, you have our blessing. Thank you.
Yes.
Just a couple of clarifications. I think I got what you're doing is trying to provide us with what we asked for, is traffic calming ideas and plans.
Yes.
And so they would be done by the phases and under accordance with the coming back for anything beyond the annexation and what we're talking about now. I wanted to make a clarification, though. Is this red line that's in here the trail, or what is this the red line that's next to your purple line?
Yes, the red line shown in this exhibit are trails, proposed
So
trail
is that going to be
locations.
put in by phases as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Dan?
Well, just I appreciate getting the whole picture, especially now that, because I think those calming features and things look terrific, and now understanding that, they're not going through now, they're in the new development, but I think we absolutely have, and I think having two access points is a real compromise, and I think from our public safety point of view, it's absolutely essential that we have two, and I think, where they're looking at, makes sense down the road, but now is the time when that has to be in the plan, so that down the road, if for some reason this all goes away, which is hard to imagine, but we have to be prepared for that. And you have to look at right now, when you look at all of those streets in like Indian Meadows and stuff, all of those, they were intended to go through. They're stubbed off. There was the expectation that down the road, they're going to go through. And so somebody had some foresight to put that in place. And so I think we have to at least have the minimal infrastructure design elements in place to do that. So, but again, they're not going to see stuff happening next week, next year, 5 years from now. And I guess a number of access points right now. Well, anyway, that's all. I feel like we're ready to get into closing arguments, but not ready for that. Okay.
But yeah, you're correct, and we shouldn't be doing that yet.
No.
Any more questions for me at this time? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Gabe. Gabe always does a good job in illustrating the traffic circulation, the tools that we have to use. Again, I'm Brad Marshall, and it's a pleasure to represent the Kootenai County Land Company. Well, I'll speak up. Again, the Kootenai County Land Company is a local, regional company. They invest in our community. They provide a lot of jobs within our community. They buy a lot of materials within our community. They provide homes for our citizens. They invest back and donate back. So it's a great opportunity to be here. Back to the course of action. Let's see if I can get that.
Jeff, it sounds like we might have an audio issue in the audience again.
Lean forward. Testing, 1, 2, 3. We're on? Okay.
You could suggest some of the people come to the front.
Okay, I'll do my best to speak up. Yeah, there you go.
Speak right to it.
Again, as a result of that February 7th meeting before the city council, I think you directed us to go back and work with the neighborhood, and we did. We put on a public meeting here in this very room. We hired a trained and a professional facilitator who brought us in. We set up a circle of tables, and we listened. That was fundamentally a listening session where we had an opportunity, the development team, the engineers, the planners, the attorney, we had an opportunity to listen to the public. And we listened for about an hour. We summarized that data. We incorporated that feedback into the revised proposal. That was the R3 band of zoning, as well as the access and circulation tools and patterns of development that Gabe just illustrated. So we did that meeting. And then we came back before you on the 21st, and we had, that partial kind of hearing. We had an opportunity to kind of illustrate that to the council again. We went back and we had an additional public meeting on March 17th. Same format, same room, same hired facilitator. That was not so much a listening session. That was an opportunity for us to share that R3 zoning, the circulation and access tools that Gabe just illustrated. So that was more of a presentation format. Again, professionally done, and we crafted notes that have been provided to the city, as well as posted to the website for this project. So that data is out there and it's incorporated into the project. I think it's also important to point out that in addition to those 2 public meetings that we recently had, for the last year we've conducted stakeholder meetings, 13 agency meetings, 26 department meetings, and a reminder, those agencies, those departments, They represent the public. They're city employees, they're agency employees. They're charged with representing the public. We also went out, we reached out to, and we met with various groups, Kootenai Strong, Responsible North Idaho Growth, the young professionals, the neighborhood groups, and individual meetings. And finally, I have to remind you, almost a year ago today, we conducted a very robust public meeting at the Kroc Center that had good attendance, well advertised, and we carried forward that information. And what I'm trying to point out is this has been a very voluntary, robust, transparent, significant public involvement process. And again, we are here today for hopefully one last hearing on the annexation and zoning. So I want to assure you that we've had a robust public involvement process. We're going to continue that process because as we move forward on the project, and we hope we do, there'll be subdivisions to be done, PUDs to be done. There'll be public involvement opportunities all the way through that process. Again, we've got a local developer who's committed to working with the public. They're members of our community. They go to our churches, they shop at the grocery store, they're involved in our community. So we're kind of all in this together. I've kind of, again, addressed this slide fundamentally. As a result of those meetings, we've included that R3 zoning buffer. We've also added language in the development agreement that speaks of encouraging traffic to Hutter Road and Hanley Road that Gabe illustrated. This is a nice illustration map that shows that R3 band of zoning. Hillary illustrated it before. It's 200 feet wide on the east side of the site and then on the south side of the site. I have to remind you that's a single-family zone, very common to the Northshire and the Woodside Park subdivisions that are R3 already. And a reminder, and Councilman English mentioned this before, we have included a trail on the east side of the project. So that trail is a 12-foot pathway that will be within a 25-foot open space tract. So for those people that live in Indian Meadows to the west or behind them, there'll be a 25-foot open space tract and a trail and then an R3 lot. That's very similar to those R3 lots to the north and to the south. At the tail, I'll touch really quickly on the findings because at the tail end of today's hearing, you're going to be charged with a decision on the annexation and the zoning. And as part of that, you're going to have to adopt findings B8, B9, B10, and B11. And again, I would point out that the proposal is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. The requested zoning complies with the underlying comprehensive plan designations as well as the goals and opportunities in the comp plan itself as indicated in the staff report and in the decision of approval, recommendation of approval from your planning commission. Finding B9, the public facilities are available and adequate for the proposed use. And again, a reminder, there are 7 substreets to the property in addition to Hutter and Hanley. Since there's a city water tank on the property, a city water line on the property, there's city sewer to the property. And as provided in your staff report and the Planning Commission recommendation of approval, there's nothing to prohibit the extension services and providing a connection to this property. Finding B10, that the physical character sites make the site suitable for development at this rest in time. Excuse me. The site's level. It's a farm field. It has no environmental constraints whatsoever. Public utilities and best management practices like city sewer can provide for aquifer protection for this project. And finally, B11, the proposal would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood with regard to traffic, neighborhood character, and existing. Again, the plan and the agreement directs traffic to Hanley and Hutter. We provided that R3 zoning, which we believe ensures compatibility between the adjacent, particularly the Indian Meadows neighborhood. With that concludes our presentation. And we stand for additional questions or move on to the next phase of the hearing.
I think that we might be better served to hold those questions. They'll have a chance for a rebuttal and give the opportunity for the public comment at this time.
Thank you.
Jim, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's take a break before we.
5-minute break, maybe?
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute potty break.
Thank you for saying what I was feeling.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, and we'll begin the public comment. Those that signed up online will be called first, and I hope that you didn't also sign up today. I'm going to call three names at a time, and now there was five. Now there's 3 seats up front, so you can come up to the front. The first 3 that want to testify, Deborah Wilson, and then Vivian Conway, and then Sean Jackson. And please state your name when you get to the podium. Vivian? Okay. Deborah? Deborah Wilson?
She's absent.
Okay. Vivian? Sean? And then the next 2 after Sean would be Tom Barub and Mike Bullard.
My name is Sean. I live on Buckskin in Indian Meadows. And if this development is approved and Appaloosa and Nez Perce are access roads, something I'm concerned about is, since we're talking about safety tonight, is that there's no sidewalks in any of the streets in Indian Meadows or most of Northshire. And there's a lot of pedestrians and kids playing. And we all know how this plan, we have the roads that might be used as access points. The traffic is not just going to go down those streets and hit Atlas. People, if there's a stoplight at Atlas, which I don't think the developer's going to pay for stoplights there, but how things usually go, that if you're going down a street and you know that the light's going to turn red, you're going to go busting down to Arrowhead where there is no light. So every one of these little streets that we have in our neighborhood is going to be having cars zipping up and down, especially if those roads are have high traffic on them, then a lot of people are going to be going to where there's the least amount of traffic. So all of our streets are going to have a lot of traffic that was never intended or never wanted to acknowledge that it would be. But the sidewalk, there's no sidewalk. So are there going to be sidewalks installed in Indian Meadows? Not to mention, like I mentioned last hearing, a lot of the traffic that goes through Indian Meadows that wants to go down to Apple Way, you go through the golf course. There's no sidewalks through the golf course either. And I think that we all know that there's going to be more than, the amount of houses that are developed here in the Coeur d'Alene annexation. There's going to be multitudes more on the other side of Hutter at some point. So we've got a lot of stuff coming through our neighborhood. We got no sidewalks. And the traffic on Atlas, I hate to think about, is there going to be a stoplight at Appaloosa and Atlas, and what's Atlas going to look like where it goes down the hill on a icy winter day? Cars coming up Atlas, it's going to be an absolute mess. So I think that there's a lot of things that just don't want to be acknowledged. That's it, I guess.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Again, remind you to first state your name, and you have 3 minutes, and it will show on a timer over here.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Tom Berube. I live on the corner of Sherwood and Arrowhead. It's been argued by the Kootenai County Land Company that connector roads are needed for fire life safety concerns. I want to remind the council that as of today, there are no fire life safety issues, only the ones that this development will create. Councilmember Woods, you heard exactly the same thing I did on February 7th, where the police chief said his officers were not centrally dispatched and connectors were not absolutely necessary. Add to that, the revised proposal includes a police substation. Also, the fire chief stated due to the sheer number of residences, Coeur d'Alene would need another fire station. Again, if this development is creating the issue, they should be the one to solve it. Put the fire station in their development. This proposal is nothing but a bunch of distortions of truth, omissions, and lies. They stated that they're going to invest $2.5 billion. That's their investment. You divide that by the number of residents and add their profit margin. What are they going to sell these houses for, right? Number two, the city will make $4.4 million in tax revenue. If our tax structure is set up correctly, then that money goes to paying for the burden of these new residents on our city infrastructure. Fire, police, teacher salaries, fuel for their vehicles, waste treatment. There's no pile of cash. Just in reality, just an additional burden for the city to manage. Number three, there are no schools. All they are offering is to allow the city to buy the land. And why? because it looks good in their sales brochure. I hope you were paying attention last week when the taxpayers voted down the levies. So what do you think their appetite's going to be to vote themselves millions and tens of millions of dollars to build these schools? Absolutely zero. And then what happens then? The proposal doesn't say how long they're going to wait until they change their mind and want to take that land and put more R-17 developments on there. And while we're waiting for that, what happens to those lots? I'll tell you what happens. They become homeless encampments. Coeur d'Alene's very own Camp Hope 1 and 2. And how do I know that? Because I'm already printing the flyers. They don't talk about environmental issues either. This is farmland that's been subjected to pesticide application year after year after year. I am deeply concerned about the effects of dust and dirt blowing into my neighborhood during construction. We have established neighborhoods with established health rates. Any changes to cancer rates, etc., will be easily attributed to Coeur. If their project is so big that they really need connector roads to the east, then reduce the size of their project. Approve R1 zoning throughout and let them exit to the north and west. There is no need for connector roads to the east. You have a big decision tonight. And make no mistake about it, this vote will define your legacy in this town. On September 7th, the Kootenai County Land Company attorney agreed to our requirements of no connectors to the east. But you guys didn't vote for it then, and here we are today. The classic bait and switch from the California Playbook, Chapter 1. Make statements you don't plan to keep. The Kootenai County Land Company can't be trusted. In closing, I respectfully and strongly urge you to vote no on both issues. Thank you.
Mike Bullard. There is no appropriate feedback from the audience. This is a hearing, not something where you show any applause either for or against something. Please maintain that level of decorum. And after Mike, would Beverly Gwinnett and Suzanne Winsner please come up? Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. I'm Mike Bullard. I live in Indian Meadows. I'm speaking against the zoning portion in regard to the street access. I agree with all the things that have just been said. There are other concerns. My real concern is the elephant in the kitchen, which is the fact that most of Coeur d'Alene is southeast of that development. And no matter what you do, 1, 2, or 3 streets through Indian Meadows will not change the fact that most of the traffic is going to filter through the shortest route, unless there is something else done. Hutter is not really something else. People on Hutter are going to come down Saltese and go through the intersection at the south end of Atlas. People coming down from Hanley Road, they're going to come down. They don't want to go down Ramsey, which is already backed up. They're going to come down to the south end of Atlas. And all those streets are going to come together at the south end of Atlas. And unless something is done with traffic outside, then it's a mess. And it seems like the way to plan streets have been to wait until they become a mess and they become impassable, and then try to get the taxpayers at some point to deal with it then. That's not planning, that's pushing the can down the road a little bit, kicking the can down the road a little bit for other people to pay for it. You can't change where the population of the city is. And you got traffic coming and going. You got a whole city growing up south of Atlas right now that you've approved. They're also going to be using that one intersection at the south end of Atlas. It's going to be impossible to get out of those 1, 2, or 3 connector roads that are running through our neighborhoods and messing up our neighborhoods. Unless you deal with the long-term big issue, the phasing is a good thing. There's some good things built into this, but the phasing won't change the fact that long-term, the city has to be taking responsibility for what's going to happen at the south end of Atlas Road. Thank you.
Beverly? And Susan, I don't see up there either. Wayne Passo? Rhonda Bowling? Mike Curtis? Yes. Wayne, if that's you, Wayne.
I'm Wayne Passo.
And I live on Apricot Road, which is part of the HOA development of Orchard Lands. And I'm the president of that HOA. And our concerns are basically the connection to Appaloosa and Nez Perce. I don't have any reason why they can't put gates in that facility to allow traffic for fire and safety, police, but not the general public. They use the gates in private communities already, which if they didn't like those, they demand to take them out. So our concern is if they do decide to do Appaloosa, we live just to the south of that. For safety reasons, I'm sure they're going to put safe lights in the Appaloosa and Nez Perce. And when the traffic backs up, they've been going down Belmont and Sherwood and try to enter off a Pear Tree onto Atlas. So we're going to have a lot of traffic going through our neighborhood just to beat that light to get onto Atlas. That's my fear. And we also have people who walk their animals up on Appaloosa. Their fear is that they won't be able to walk their animals or dogs. There's no sidewalks. And the city already said there's no plan to put sidewalks in. So that's kind of going to be a problem when you get traffic there. Basically, the technology exists for gates. There's no problem. They should be able to put gates in there just to keep the general public from going through our neighborhoods. It's a win-win for both the fire department, police, and the development. Basically, what happens right now, a lot of people go down Atlas, and when we come out of our neighborhood, we turn on Atlas, and if I want to go east, I go through Evergreen, through the golf course, and a lot of people do that. Just imagine what happens when another 5,000 cars do the same thing. So it's going to affect everything east of our neighborhoods to Atlas and everything east of Atlas further, going through the golf courses to Ramsey. I think the only thing that you could do is increase the size of Hanley, which is a through street all the way to Ramsey. Unfortunately, you have roundabouts there now. They'd have to be taken out. But that would be a direct through to Ramsey to the highway and out. Those are plenty of space to increase Hanley. So basically, you're putting a lot of traffic into our neighborhoods, plus the neighborhoods east of Atlas, and it's just going to get worse. Some of the other concerns, I guess that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Lindsay Adams. Suzanne Knutson. And after Suzanne, Thomas Sanner and Stephanie Wolf.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Bowling. I'm really not going to go off my list here because I've been sidetracked with some of the statements that were made tonight. One being that this development, the requirements for this annexation, that it meets all requirements, and I don't see how that. First of all, B9, the sewer is inadequate. They've already stated that they're going to have to enlarge our sewer system, and they're going to have to enlarge the sewer pipe that goes down Appaloosa Road as well. So there's one. B11, I think it's obvious that it doesn't meet that requirement. It's kind of insulting to say that it does. The Planning Commission passed this through to you with very little public knowledge or involvement. The public was not informed nor involved in this plan that has been a 10-year project until less than a year ago. So the meetings that they're discussing have been more presentations than a workshop of any sort. I think there's resolutions here that can can be done. It's just not now. Like, it has to get denied for at least a year to get some of these problems solved. Like, why not industrial loop? Why hasn't that been looked at? Why our neighborhood is just so easily sacrificed without putting more effort into making this a responsible development? The safety issues, yeah, the density is the issue. The density is the safety issue. It requires more police stations, more everything. So anyhow, we just ask you to deny this. I don't know how you could not, in good faith, to the citizens of Indian Meadows and Coeur d'Alene. Just do the responsible thing and just take more time. What's the big hurry? That's all we ask. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Did I call your name, sir? Were you? Yes. Mike Curtis? Yes. Am I up? Go ahead. Thank you. Some people came out of turn, got me
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I live in Indian Meadows. I live on Buckskin, and all these people behind me are my neighbors. And I've watched this entire process advance, and I want to compliment the land development's position and the city's position. I understand it. I've seen growth. But I can tell you from living on Evergreen, which is east of Indian Meadows, the traffic that's going to come up Evergreen to go to and from this development is going to be astronomical. I had 3 vehicles hit in front of my house on Evergreen. The first time, you just got hit. The second 2 times, it was me. I was stupid. I parked the car out in the street. But it's going to be a zoo. And I just hope we think this through. And it's going to be a long-term effect. It's not just tomorrow. It's not next year. It's where my kids are going to grow up. My grandkids are going to grow up. But I thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Last call, Lindsay Adams.
She's not present.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Hi, I'm Suzanne Knutson, 4208 West Appaloosa Road in Coeur d'Alene. I sent in my own statement to the City Council yesterday, and hopefully you have that. It was basically a timeline, but tonight I'm not reading my statement. Tonight I represent a group of neighbors for responsible development, and as several council members have expressed, we too are concerned with this process. Tonight I will summarize what we have not been permitted to present with slides and testimony from some professionals that we know, and I ask for a bit of grace to get through my summary. You should have been supplied with a hard copy of the 12-page packet that I'm reading from tonight. Page 2 looks like this. It was sent in. You should have had a copy from Renata. Thank you for sending those out, Renata. In June of 2020, a much more appealing development concept was presented to council, and that plan existed on the applicant's website until July of 2022, when it was switched to what was presented in October 2022 to the Planning Commission. The previous design included many features residents and council are asking for now: reduced density, more respectful of adjacent neighborhoods, improved school, commercial, and urban housing adjacencies. Why was the original master plan abandoned in favor of the current plan? On page 2, you can see the master plan that was originally presented and the applicant's June 2nd, 2020 request to include the full property, or 1,100 acres, in the comprehensive plan update process, demonstrating their intent to develop the entire 1,100-acre site. At any point, did KMPO produce traffic modeling for the entire development? If not, the traffic study provided should be considered incomplete, as the model was based on a portion of the development plan and not its entirety. Page 7 of our packet includes side-by-sides of their plans presented. Looks like this. You can see side-by-sides of some of the changes. Pages 8 through 12 is the applicant's letter to City Council from May 22nd, 2020. presenting their original plan and request to participate in the comp plan process. In this letter, they stated that their intent was in compliance and aligned with what is already planned for the area of development, the 2007 comprehensive plan, which would have expired in 2027, which was more representative of a historically rural Coeur d'Alene and its roads. In October 2022 and February 2023, the applicant submitted a completely different plan, and we would like to know what happened to the original. Was it changed because of the comp plan process that was started in 2019? Coincidentally, which is the same time that this property was purchased by Mr. Armstrong, September of 2020.
How much more do you
Or
have?
2019. About a page.
Okay, thank you.
Page 3 through 6 are our concerns as residents of Coeur d'Alene. There have been suggestions by council, staff, and the applicant to include language so certain aspects are written into the development agreement, but nothing scientific has been presented, only concepts. You've seen many of them tonight in ways of traffic calming. The applicant says they will do traffic models and studies when they get closer to the southern end, which is now phase 2, by the way, and not 10, 20, or 30 years down the road. And it's 440 acres, but the roads will already be in place by then. Cut through traffic, as you've heard, cars avoiding the traffic lights and insufficient intersections on Hutter, Celtice, and Northwest will use narrow neighborhood roads through Indian Meadows and Fairway and Orchard Lands, as well as Queen Anne's Estate and North Shire, increasing safety issues on roads already heavily impacted. Will Fairway be modeled too? On February 21st, staff presented their public safety plug. If council approves this plan, which we are asking you to deny, would the city consider semi-diverters or partial closures on neighborhood streets to block one direction of traffic? If emergency use is required to get into the proposed development, is it really necessary that the neighborhoods be used for eastern travel? Again, more scientific studies are needed. Density is a huge concern, but it was not a concern with the 2007 comp plan and the original development that was proposed in 2020. Why did the process to replace a comp plan that was designed to take us through 2027 begin in 2019 when this property was purchased? Why was there such a large increase from the 4 units per acre that was presented by staff to council on June 2nd of 2020? Because of the new comp plan? The 2,800 unit limit will be subject to revisions and likely increased. The development of the 42 out acres could add 700 more units with R17 zoning. Will this Riverstone-style development include similar below-ground and multi-level parking structures to accommodate the thousands of daily cars? Are there updated city codes restricting building heights yet? You can read more about the density concerns that we have on page 5 of our packet. We propose that the applicant's master plan needs refinement before annexation goes forward. Please consider those, again on page 6. The master plan and zoning exhibits should be revised to address connection and traffic concerns prior to council approval. We have heard many times that this development has been in the works for 10 years. Well, which plan is that? The original plan was more in line with our rural community. Now we have a new comp plan, a new development agreement process, and potentially new legislation in Boise that will change annexation procedures across the state. Please do not ram this through. Neighbors for Responsible Development are asking council to deny, so more scientific studies can be applied. It would be wise to take the time to work out a budget as well to see how this project will affect our already strapped community and sagging
Need to wrap up.
infrastructure. Thank you for your consideration.
Thomas Sanner. Stephanie Wolf. And after Stephanie would be Nancy Barr. Please come up and sit down here when I call your name so I know you're here. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. I wanted to address something just very quickly that I heard earlier tonight. When I attended the February 7th meeting, we were talking about 5,000 residents in the development. Tonight, the number grew to 8,000. On the 7th, I think that council members even said, well, 5,000 residents kind of means 10,000 cars. So 8,000 must mean 16,000 cars. And what I really wanted to address is earlier tonight, they said that Hutter is a good alternative. And I need to remind you, Hutter is 2 lanes. I just can't imagine that kind of traffic, and I don't hear any kind of plans for Hutter. Are the traffic studies on Hutter, have they come in? And certainly they must include Celtice and Prairie. At 16,000 cars right now, we're talking a 2-lane street. And I don't think anyone should say that that's a good alternative to leave the development. I just don't think the planning's ready yet. It needs more. It has to be looked at further. Because even though 440 acres, that's a lot of land, but the development, the plan, it doesn't fit the neighborhoods that already exist, the people that already live there, our lives, our homes, our neighborhoods. It doesn't work with the existing neighborhoods and the roads already in place. And I would like to defer the rest of my time to Brian Rogers, please.
No, if you don't sign up for your time, that's the way it works. You don't defer time to others.
Thank you.
Well, I signed up for my time. She's just deferring it to me. That's
Yes.
the ask here.
Pardon?
I signed up for my time.
Well,
She's just
you'll
deferring it to me.
you'll get your time then.
All right. Everybody else gets more.
Thomas Sanner? Nancy Barr?
Good evening.
And then Robert Knutson? Thank you.
I'm Nancy Barr, and I live in the Indian Meadows neighborhood in Coeur d'Alene, adjacent to this proposed development. This development is not compatible with our neighborhood because of density, location of the elementary school, and traffic. The density of the proposed development does not match with the existing residential area. It is zoned too densely with most of the access through existing neighborhoods. 2,000 families is a lot of water to draw out of the aquifers without doing some water studies. There are already a large amount of subdivisions being built all over the area that have tapped into that water source, and they go all the way to Spokane. They have drilled, to my knowledge, no studies have been done. If this development is approved as presented, it will add a minimum of 4,000 cars and trucks to our area roads, increase traffic due to schools, residents, the industrial park, and the new Faith Wash community built on 10 acres south of Kathleen. The area south of Saltese is not even occupied yet, and it too will increase traffic onto Atlas Road, which is already overwhelmed with traffic. The roads in this area are not designed to handle this much traffic and are in poor repair. The roundabout at Saltese is already overwhelmed with traffic. Atlas Road south of Hanley is not designed to handle this much traffic. With no funds to fix it, it will be a disaster. Without a traffic study, we do not know. I suggest that we do one before we move forward. I do not understand the rush for this project. There's plenty of housing developments being built all over town presently that will be occupied in the near future. The developers have offered an olive branch to us about working with us. Thank you. But frankly, it isn't good enough. There are too many unanswered questions regarding density, traffic, and schools. We need your help in keeping our neighborhood compatible with the surrounding area, peaceful, safe, and in keeping Coeur d'Alene a very nice place to live. I encourage you to deny this annexation. Thank you.
Robert Knutson?
I am Robert Knutson. I live on Appaloosa Road in Indian Meadows. Thanks for having me here tonight, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. It's interesting to think how many problems would go away if we just left this as ag suburban. But I'll read my statement. At the last City Council meeting, we heard about the budget shortfall and how there are vacant positions that will go unfilled. Potholes wait to be filled. Wastewater facilities need to be upgraded, and the temptation to increase the tax base is strong. I understand that. But as the saying goes, you can't dig yourself out of a hole. The city infrastructure and service isn't even scaled to the current demands within the city limits, let alone the new city under consideration outside of the city limits. An influx of new tax revenue here will not overcome all of the new financial and service obligations that are associated with a development of this magnitude. Also, there's chronic confusion concerning process. The proponent's attorney claims that this is a statutory hearing. At the conclusion of the 2-7 meeting, a question was raised about what the council could and could not do with a decision that was pending at that time. The council was advised that you could not have discussion with each other or members of the public since you had accepted this as a court would accept a slate of evidence and that you couldn't get more evidence before you made your decision. But somehow that so-called slate of evidence changed for the next meeting. The collection of facts that were presented initially was subsequently modified in such a way as to influence you to agree to the annexation after public testimony had been closed. This seems like some type of plea bargain. I was even in attendance at the so-called working session on 2/15, arranged by the developer as a result of that first city council meeting. While that is appreciated, I took notes, and those are attached to the packets that I handed in. And it's worth comparing those to what the developer has provided. And it's my opinion that community feedback was, effectively spun into marketing copy by the developer. Finally, within public record, I believe there is demonstrable bias against the council and concerned residents. I asked for a copy and received one of the executive team meeting transcript that was introduced at the 2/21 City Council meeting, which is also attached. For some reason, it seems incomplete, but indicates that citizens should be concerned about the transparency of city management in some capacity. Not only does it show measurable bias against half of the city council, but also concerned citizens. And there appears to be unabashed advocacy on behalf of the development. Where is the balance? The attitudes apparent in the transcript do not inspire confidence that this entire process has been without bias or prejudice. And with that, I ask that you deny this application, perhaps with prejudice, maybe not necessarily against the developer, but prejudice against this whole process and how the concerns of city council and your constituents, those on YouTube included, have been minimized and even contained in no small part due to these biases. Thank you for your time.
Bridget Sundahl. The next is Andrea Peters.
Hello, I'm Bridget Sundahl. I live at 3810 Broken Arrow Road, and it has been our home for over 15 years. Coeur is thoughtfully designed, and the Kootenai Land Company has made notable accommodations to help us welcome our new neighbors. At one point, we all heard that they didn't need eastern access. Our planning department, on the other hand, haphazardly accepted the plan, connecting almost every street, dissecting Northshire, Indian Meadows, and Woodside. But now, they just need 2 for public safety. Mayor, council, if this is about safety, let it be about safety. If this plan is adopted, knitting together these 2 communities will take a planned effort. And as you just heard, there is no plan. Atlas is a known risk. We insist that you do not wait until there is a fatality on those roads to warrant their improvement, as is standard in prioritizing road improvements. The traffic studies predict the collapse of the Atlas roundabout. And our own planning commission said Atlas is not a good option. Without proper turn lanes, a traffic light at Nez Pierce, and a working bike path, there should be no access. This needs to be agreed upon in the planning document, and it must be the city's phase 1. We know the volume. The city must plan to use the annexation dollars before access is granted. A simple addition to the no construction traffic statement is no through traffic until improvements are done and completed on Atlas. Further traffic studies are needed to analyze Appaloosa. The elevation gain from southeast limits visibility and the movement southbound. Any increase in volume would necessitate a traffic light, but it would back up everything back to the roundabout. We know it's an intended plan to improve Atlas. And we know that protecting our neighborhood has not been a consideration of the planning department. This meeting can back it up. They want safety, plan for it. The current residents will have the neighboring ground torn up for the next 20 to 30 years. They do not need to be trapped by this choking growth. I respectfully request this accommodation that will help lessen the impact to this neighborhood for the people and the animals. Without a solid plan, our neighborhoods will just be reduced to a thoroughfare, and the traffic will back up for blocks, and you will be unable to turn on the road that everyone said would be a problem. Thank you for your work, and without this accommodation, please deny. Thank you.
Andrea Peters, and the next is Brian Rogers. Brian, if you're here, please come to the front.
Hello. I request City Council and Mayor that you deny this zoning. As written, the density is too high and it affects our neighborhood adversely. I've lived in Post Falls since 2001, the first 3 years in a rental home and the last 18 years in the home we built on approximately 4.5 acres on the prairie. We have a Post Falls postal address and a Coeur d'Alene landline phone number. My family members work and go to school in both Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene. We consider both of these communities, as well as Hayden, our home. We love where we live. We enjoy that it is a safe, quiet area, and have enjoyed access to miles of dirt farm fields, to dirt farm roads to exercise, recharge, and take in the beautiful views of the area. 19 and a half years ago, we purchased our lot on Ricewig Road in Brickert Country Estates. Brickert Country Estates was established in 1996 prior to any of the new development on the east side of Hutter Road. From 1997 to 2017, the Hutter Corridor project was first formally considered and adopted by the Kootenai County Transportation Plan. Study for a Hutter bypass was started in the summer of 2000. This was before development of the Landing subdivision in 2003. I, along with many others, attended these meetings. Our voices were not heard. KMPO recommended local agencies require developers to set aside land for future transportation facility needs. This was not done. Although empty farm fields were to the east of Hutter Road, the road expansion plans to encroach on the west side of Hutter were pushed forward without regard to the homes along its path. My understanding is that the Hutter Road project has now been turned over to the state of Idaho. There is still no answer as to how the road expansion will proceed, yet the city of Coeur d'Alene continues to approve the building of massive subdivisions along the east side of Hutter Road with little setback. I find this irresponsible. The Hutter frontage road will need a turn lane if the proposed development is to have access, as they've now requested. This widening of the Hutter frontage road should be placed onto the land east of Hutter, since the new development will have the only direct street access to the frontage road south of Pole Line Road once the bypass is built. Widening of Hutter Road under the I-90 bridge will also be needed. This is with or without the bypass. I value open space and the natural beauty of where we live. The developer is requesting a zone change to R17 of 114 acres at the north end of the new development. This is directly across from Brickert Country Estates. This does not blend with our neighborhood to the west. This will cause light and noise pollution, as well as take away from the natural beauty and peace of where we live and increase traffic. This is rolling farmland. A 3-story building built on a high spot will look like a 4-story building. I enjoy gazing at the stars when I step out my door in the evening. Light pollution, the stars will be gone. Please build responsibly. It is too much density for this rural area. Thank you.
Brian Rogers. The next is Laura Lee Ruddock.
I'm Brian Rogers, but I represent the No Hutter Bypass Group. So I'll be
sorry?
I represent the No Hutter Bypass Group. We've been working through this a lot. So and you missed my name, sir, on the No Hutter Bypass group, because I did interview with them. So here's the big thing. Yeah, let's just break it down. We're scared. We're a scared community right now. Can you hear it? Do you hear the tension out there? You know how many times we come up here? You know what it does to the psychology on our side, where every time we show up here, we're waiting to see what your vote's going to be? That's scary, because we don't agree with it. Not just because we don't agree with it because, boy, we want to argue growth or something. Nobody's really brought that to your attention. We're concerned with where we're at, the growth that we have. Now, let's go back into some stuff that we've heard, right? So I'm concerned at why we have to do 400 acres at one shot. Why can't we got four phases? Phase one out, annex it that way. Why not? Don't know. Don't have an answer to that. What about how we're supposed to blend with state codes? I asked for questions on the original one. So that's 67, 50, or 6502 D, G, and H. No response to how we're conforming to these things, right? Now we go into other things. The KMPO, frankly, the way this whole thing goes, and you look at the way it is, it's eminent domain. If you approve this, we're immediately in eminent domain. How does that work? Where's my legal rights? I am directly affected by that, and so is Brickard Estates and other HOAs. So we have a problem here. We have a problem with what we're bringing forward today. We also have a problem, let's stay on what's on point here, R3 buffer zone. Okay, 32 feet in an R3 buffer zone, next to a 14-foot house. Come on, come on. You know what that looks like? There is no stars. You're gonna butt it up? Where? Which? Are you going to butt it at the back of the lot, forward of the lot, which part of the lot? We can go through all these details, but the bottom line is that means your development plan is fully fleshed out or not. So you're building a small city in what, 4 or 5 pages of that development plan? I don't know, someone's probably quoted for me. The bottom line, it's not very big. So in that little baby development plan that you got, you're ready to go, that development agreement, this is a city? You're going to put a city in there? Now, you can argue you're the city. This is Coeur d'Alene, the city proper. Is it? You know, go throughout the rest of the United States. The average, they say about 10,000 people is when you consider it a city. So it's second city, right? That's what's ahead of you right now. You're doing this. That's why we're struggling with all these points. Engineering, right? Science is based on a hypothesis to a proof. That means you're false until true. Law is based on innocent until proven guilty. So that's true until false. So now you're putting us into these conditions that are completely diabolically opposed, right? We want to be true. We want to be false first. We want to work as a group in a community. And if you think about it, you're already in a working session we asked for. We asked for it on day one. There's members of this community that says, please give us a working session. Please do a workshop and work with us. That's what we asked for. And here we are, against our will though. It's not a workshop. It's a constant state of, do we have a vote or not? Yes, but I'm not part of a group. So the one thing I was going to say is, for me, right, as a No Hutter Bypass group, the design doesn't meet the standards. The access for the exits don't work. I've lived in New Jersey. I was from New Jersey. I can tell you what, you want to see traffic? Go to New Jersey. I'll fly you there myself. Thank you.
Laura Lee Ruddock. And then Roger Ruddock.
Hi, I'm Lorelei Ruddock. I live on Arrowhead Road. Thank you for being, my neighbors are so well-spoken. The Planning Commission has some of the stated goals are preserving the quality of Coeur d'Alene, protecting the environment, protecting property rights, and fostering the safety of its residents. Not one of these goals is met by the approval and building of Coeur as the plans currently stand. Last time we met, I mentioned we had one chance to get this right, but this isn't right. High density, as high as it is, it's not right. Running hundreds of cars through our neighborhood isn't right. Destroying our quirky, unique, one-of-a-kind, the only one in Coeur d'Alene, our neighborhood, that's not right. Dumping massive amounts of traffic onto 2-lane roads and creating gridlock isn't right. Burdening taxpayers with the problems created by this massive development isn't right. So I'm asking you to please do what is right. please serve the people that you were elected to serve. And I'm requesting respectfully that the City Council denies with prejudice this Coeur d'Alene development. Thank you.
After Roger is Carla Grant. Please come up.
Mr. Mayor and council members, you've heard from all kinds of specialists, professionals, engineers, lawyers, property owners, and ordinary people. And I'm from that last category. But you don't have to be an engineer or an attorney to understand that the roads of this heritage neighborhood, it's defined as a heritage neighborhood by the comprehensive plan. These roads in Indian Meadows were designed to attach to a low-density neighborhood like Indian Meadows. The stub-outs, like those at Appaloosa, Arrowhead, Nez Perce, Laurel, and Spears, were placed in anticipation of that low-density R1 development. I've heard it proposed that the two-lane road, Atlas Road, would be widened to 3 lanes to accommodate the additional traffic from Coeur. I assume that widening that road would be at the cost of the Atlas Bike Trail, which is a link from the Centennial up to the Prairie Trail. But even those 3 lanes would have to be bottlenecked down at the underpass at I-90, right before the traffic circle. There's only room for 2 lanes there. We also learned that from testimony from the city that there's no money to pay for this improvement on Atlas Road, for the widening and improvement. Mr. Mayor and council members, it's the density of the development that causes my objections, and you've heard my neighbors as well. The density itself is what creates the load that the developer is expecting the surrounding roads and the neighborhoods to bear. It's because of this adverse impact that the development will have on the surrounding neighborhoods and the infrastructure that I request that you vote to deny this project. Thank you.
Jenny Gilliam. Scott Krajak. Oh, Jenny, you are here. I didn't see you back there.
Mayor and City Council, I'm Jenny Gilliam, President and CEO of the Coeur d'Alene Area Economic Development Corporation, also known as Jobs Plus. Our mission is to build a healthy economy for the region by helping businesses create jobs both now and in the future. A key challenge is the shortage of affordable homes for our general workforce: nurses, teachers, public safety officers, manufacturing workers, truck drivers, and many others. Based on a 2021 study by the University of Idaho, commissioned through our partnership with the Panhandle Affordable Housing Alliance, we identified that we are short about 2,000 plus homes. We repeatedly hear that many of our existing businesses can't fill vacant positions because employees can't find homes. The Coeur project helps with this challenge through a 20-plus year build-out of a master planned community that not only helps us address our future housing needs, but also our future infrastructure improvements. We know that growth does present challenges, but if we aren't growing, especially in light of projected demographic shifts from lower birth rates, we will decline and our businesses will not succeed. So we appreciate that Coeur is working with the city to do a voluntary 5% of the housing for area workforce. We're also thankful for the space for the future schools because it's important to continue to support our schools. We appreciate the proximity of these homes to available work. In a recent analysis, we found that most of the available homes under 500,000 are 40-plus minutes away, or if closer, require considerable remodeling. We also appreciate from a business perspective that Coeur is addressing rising costs by building a variety of units at multiple price points to enable a range of workers entry into the home ownership market. I want to remind everyone that our housing needs are current. It is now. It's for members of our community, our workforce that are already here, living in temporary setups, whether they're apartments, long-term hotel units, a mobile home, travel trailer, mom and dad's basement, or a friend's extra room. We have businesses that are in dire need of employees to continue operations that are critical to all of us, like the hospital, who's still short roughly 600 plus employment. We at the Coeur d'Alene Area Economic Development Corporation are in favor of the annexation and the development agreement of the Coeur projects because from a business perspective, it helps address some of our housing challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Krajak. Next is Jeff Bowler. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Scott Krajak from Coeur d'Alene. As you listen to all the residents that are here today, and even from the last public hearing, I think the overwhelming largest complaint is about traffic going through the existing neighborhoods. So this project obviously came back and said, let's have some less roads in here. Let's try to have less connection points. But you've got the other side of this where it sounds to me like police, fire want access. So to me, the solution would be, I actually think this is a good project. I like the design. But if the residents don't want the traffic to go through and it's only needed for emergency services, why don't you approve the zoning, approve the annexation, and ask Chief White if it's possible that these roads are restricted to emergency access only. Therefore, the traffic isn't going through the neighborhood. But a good project, I mean, this is a project that's coming to you with offering to do a police substation, schools, open space, parks, everything I think that's been asked of them, they've been saying yes to. You don't get a lot of opportunities like that. Most developers don't come up and sit here and say, yes, I'll do that for you, yes, I'll do that for you. They've come up with a good design. Like I said before, it kind of reminds me of Coeur d'Alene Place. Coeur d'Alene Place is coming to an end. This is a great-looking project, but you do need to take the residents' considerations into mind. So if you can get a project like this approved, but somehow just have those entrances for emergency services, affordable housing. I mean, we need affordable housing now. If we can get a project in here with affordable housing, it would be a huge win for the city of Coeur d'Alene. We could use that right now. And so that's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Bowler. Next will be James Casper.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of the council. My name is Jeff Voller, and I'm the Director of Operations for the Coeur d'Alene School District. I made public comment to planning and zoning, and I provided a written comment to the council several times, which I see is reiterated in your packet. On behalf of the school district, I want to address a couple of the comments regarding the development agreement and 4.10 school sites. There were comments about combining the sites. While the owners agreed to defer to the city council on combining the school sites, I'd like to offer a couple thoughts on why we have them located where they're at. We've worked at the development specifically on those locations. Spreading them out the way they are provides access to the utilities that we need, sewer mainly. Proximity to the water tower, it doesn't matter to us if a water tower is next door to a school. That makes a lot of sense in this development. Proximity to other existing schools, that's something that we factored into this, right? We want to have separation from the existing schools that we have in our district. We also factored in future zoning as we look at how we draw into both the existing zones and future development of where schools will go. Those are important to us as those sites are specifically located right now. The site locations will allow for options for the school district that are congruent with the phasing plan, both in that north and south, as phase 1 is to the north. The immediate need for the school district is a middle school. That would be the site to the north. Woodland is overcrowded right now and desperately needs relief. We suggested the inclusions of the RRFBs that were noted in there. We feel like safe walking paths to schools are important. The school site to the north especially has access to the Prairie Trail. That is important to us. And I appreciate that in the developments of North Shire and Indian Meadows that the concessions have been made to continue walking paths and bike paths. Those will be important for future zones of kids that could come from those developments into future school sites that could be located within this development. I want to applaud the developer for their forward thinking to consider school sites. This is the first time in, I believe, 20 to 25 years that somebody has reached out and said, what are the needs of the school district? When we take that forward, thinking in mind, we appreciate that, and we value that relationship and that partnership. It's important to think ahead. What are those needs for the future? And when I think of responsible growth, I think of somebody listening to constituents around and saying, what can we do to make concessions? I've heard concessions from what council has asked. I've heard concessions with what people in the community, what the school district has asked. They've been responsive to our needs, and I appreciate their partnership. And I ask that you, on behalf of the school district, we stand in full support of this development, and I ask you for your consideration of annexation and the development agreement tonight. Thank you.
We have one question, if you would
Mr.
mind.
Bowler, I don't know if you were the one who responded to this, but in the original request where they came back to us and they asked us what we want to see, one of the items I suggested was for the developer to provide you with turnkey schools, meaning they would pay for the land, build the buildings, and hand them over to you at no cost. The school district rejected that. Do you know why?
Because the law doesn't allow for that right now. Impact fees does not allow for it. And so when
So
you
no
look
one
at the
can
letter of
build
the
a
law,
school
that
and-
would not be allowable.
Hang on, I'm not talking about impact fees. I'm talking about someone building and giving you a school. You would have to reject that.
I would not reject that as a school, but I think that's a pretty far cry from where we are at with what the law would allow. And I have to defer to the law on that, that it will not allow
It just
for
seems
that.
kind of silly that someone would, I mean, that you would just remove it from the table. It just seems to me it would be silly.
I would be remiss on behalf of the taxpayers and the school to say I would never accept that, but I think that would probably be something that this development would not move forward if that was a request, when I think about reality.
Thank you. James Casper. Next is Isabel Grassman, and then Klaus Grassman.
Hello, I'm James Casper. I'm the Executive Director with Habitat for Humanity of North Idaho. So I'm really here just to speak about the affordable housing situation. Housing is a challenge. It's a market service. It's based on willing sellers, willing buyers, and willing developers all around. And one of the problems that you have with a market like ours is that there's very low supply. You've heard a little bit about that from other housing studies. We will not be able to avoid building new housing units if housing continues to be a market-based service. We need to have that. It's healthy for the economy. It's healthy for the housing market. It's healthy for everybody involved. If you look at the wall in the library and think about the history of Coeur d'Alene, the real history of Coeur d'Alene and the entire country, the United States, is the history of change. Things don't stay the same over time. Individual owners change, the motivations of people within a neighborhood or without a neighborhood change. And so sometimes we forget that the people who are not here now that might come and advocate for wanting to live in the new neighborhood don't know that they are the kind of person who would live in that neighborhood. They're not here necessarily speaking in the same volume for this request because they don't even know who they are. They don't know how their life is going to benefit from the increased supply of housing and a better working housing environment inside the city. It is, of course, something that everybody faces impacts. We all absorb the changes over time and the change in a city and the change in the world. But there is a reality that not allowing change is, one, not possible, and two, doesn't acknowledge the fact that there are benefits that come from the people who get to make their families and their lives here, or would, in this new development. So for the people who don't always have the ability to advocate on their own behalf, I have to applaud a developer that is willing to agree to affordable housing metrics. In the state of Idaho, you don't have the authority to require it. It has to be something that the developer agrees to. And so the commitment to making sure that that is available is something that should be applauded, and that we do support this development because it includes that. Thank you.
Thank you. The Grassmans are opposed, did not wish to speak. Diana Sheridan. Next would be Gabe Gallinger. Oh, okay, never mind.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
I want to speak to a couple of things, one of which is, we're talking about street connections, and I feel like we're all down here looking at the microcosm without zooming out and really looking at the macro. So we're down here looking at these side streets, and all these people that live in these neighborhoods don't want to see the increased traffic. I understand that. So now we're trying to make sure that the The impact is over on Hutter.
Stay at the microphone.
Oh, sorry. The impact's over here on Hutter, and that's where all the movement goes. Hutter is not adequate now. It definitely won't be adequate for another 440 acres. And we cannot look at Hutter. We cannot look at all these traffic patterns without looking at the 600 acres that are just across the street on the opposite side of Hutter, because that traffic is going to move out here too. So I don't see how the city could possibly approve this 440 acre annexation and development plan without looking at the whole composite. That's my conclusion on that. Somebody talked about the aquifer earlier tonight, and I got this information from the gentleman that's the head of your water district, and I hope I represent it accurately, so let me know if I'm correct. But back in 2000, I believe, was the last time the aquifer was actually looked at, and at that point, we had 500,000 people approximately being serviced by the aquifer. We know that the population as of 2020 in that area is about 700,000, so that's a huge increase. There's been no looking at the aquifer again. Last time it was looked at was, it was 2010. And there's no specific plan to look at it coming out into the future anytime within the next couple of years. So as part of an inclusive look at what is going to happen with this particular project here, I think we need to look at this one. We need to look at the 600 acres across the street, and we need to take a look at all the roads feeding down through that area, and Hutter will be extremely impacted. And please, oh, by the way, we need to talk aquifers. If we continue to talk development, we really need to have that looked at again, which it hasn't been in 13 years. Thank you. That's all.
John Bruning? And after John is Rob Orth.
John Bruning, and I am a resident of the city of Coeur d'Alene. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here this evening to represent the Panhandle Affordable Housing Alliance as its board president and to express the board's unanimous support for the Coeur project. You have before you a letter from our executive director, Maggie Lyons, which explains the reasons for the board's support. But there are a couple of points I want to add to her comments. Last year, you adopted a new comprehensive plan. In the plan, you addressed the need for affordable housing. Goal CI 3 stated Coeur d'Alene will strive to be livable for median and below income levels, including the working class. Objective 3.1 says the city will support efforts to preserve existing housing stock and provide opportunities for new, affordable, and workforce housing. Coeur has offered to set aside 5% of its total housing supply for professional workforce housing, item number 12. Our board of directors strongly encourages you to take them up on this offer and include in the development agreement. As Maggie stated in her letter to you, if every development in Kootenai County set aside just a small part of each project to workforce housing, within 3 to 5 years, we will see a significant increase in housing stability, especially in the critical home ownership. This project is a first step, a baby step, but a very important one. Coeur d'Alene can be a leader by example in the county for affordable housing. Last year, a housing needs assessment was completed for Kootenai County, led by Dr. Steve Peterson of the University of Idaho researcher. Dr. Peterson said the housing study did not make specific policy recommendations for local leaders as yourselves, but he warned that if we don't find solutions to provide affordable housing for our population, the character of the community will be forever changed. And I might add an editorial comment to his statement that the change may not be for the better. Thank you for all your time tonight, and on behalf of the Board of Directors of Panhandle Housing Alliance, I encourage you to approve this annexation with the provision for the set-aside for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Orth. And then Nate Dyke and Melissa Dyke.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council people. My name is Rob Orth. I am a local real estate broker here in the city of Coeur d'Alene. As you've heard a few times now, there are concerns about the affordability and the housing stock that we currently have available in Coeur d'Alene and the surrounding county. I happen to bring some numbers, which I thought would be useful for tonight. So last year, between last year and now, year over year, we sold approximately 2,900 homes, residential homes in the county completely. 620 of those were new construction. So what does that mean? In a typical year, we tend to sell between 4,000 and 4,500 units within Kootenai County. So last year, we were very short, and the reason for that were twofold. Inventory and interest rates went up. If we had had more inventory, we would have sold more homes. If we don't build new and semi-affordable homes, and what's affordable, that's another discussion for another day, but if we don't build, what happens to our existing inventory? The price goes up, period. In every single community that we're seeing across the country, if building stops, the prices go up. We have been discovered, as you mentioned, Councilman Miller. We don't get undiscovered. People are going to move here. Not everybody, but some. We're a small community and we can't absorb a lot of people without more housing. A lot of very good points have been made tonight in the last public hearing about the traffic. That is a concern. It needs to be looked into, which you guys have done, the developer has done. Tonight, what we're talking about is doing an annexation and a zoning change. There's going to be a lot more debate of what's going to go in that down the road. This is just step one of a few more steps. But what I do know is, from the real estate side of things, if we don't do something now, we're going to add to our existing housing problem and prices will go up, and those that cannot afford to live here will move away. That's our kids and our grandkids, our seniors. If the housing's not there, it's just not there. There's nowhere else to go. So I would encourage you to think long and hard. How are we going to do long-term housing? What is it going to look like? This has been a 10-year plan. At 10 years, a few more to go. Another developer, it could be another 20 years before something like this happens again. So I'd encourage you to vote yes on this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nate Dyke. And Melissa Dyke, come up.
Mayor and council members, I just thank you for opening up this process and letting us speak to you right now. I think it's needed. But my name is Nate Dyke. I live on Appaloosa. My wife and I, obviously we have a pretty big interest in this development, But what I want to talk about is in May 2020, the applicant team wrote a letter to City Council to request their full 1,100-acre landholding be included in CDA's comprehensive plan update process. There included development concepts that were much more appealing in terms of reduced density, street design, commercial and school adjacencies. A similar conceptual park program was also shown on the applicant's website, which aligned with this presentation. These design concepts did not include zoning, but their 2020 letter stated, and I quote, "The owner's proposed overall gross density and land uses are planned to align closely with what is already planned for this area in the city's existing 2007 comprehensive plan. When comparing it with the current plan concepts, it is clear there have been dramatic changes. How did we go from 1,600 approximately units to the now 2,800 units? What the letter also did not mention is that, or did not present, are concepts for large high-rise mixed-use districts, which would clearly not meld with our neighborhoods. I'm sure the inclusion of such a development in 2020 would have raised some red flags. My primary concern, like many of my neighbors, is that a majority of drivers will utilize Appaloosa, among other streets, to avoid the 6 stoplights along the collector streets. This is already a huge issue in the Queen Anne neighborhood, and I don't want the same to happen to us and impact them further. The applicant team did prevent a few traffic calming solutions. However, I feel that there's still a much bigger issue with the proposed zoning, and the changes don't alleviate the cut-through concerns. If a high-rise commercial district is to be connected only a few blocks to the west, then it's very reasonable to ask for neighborhood traffic data which supports finding B11 prior to the annexation and zoning of the development. Without that data, the council is left to scribble napkin-style estimations, which is unacceptable for a large master plan development. In closing, I'm not arguing for R1 zoning and the removal of all commercial and multifamily uses. However, I feel that the previous design concept is a better basis for a middle ground. We only need to take a small step back by denying this annexation so that we can explore this solution further. Thank you very much.
Melissa Dyke?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Melissa Dyke, and I live on Appaloosa Road. I am deeply concerned about the high-density traffic, cut-through traffic that will be driving up and down our road, so much so it makes me physically sick to my stomach. As my city council representatives, this should deeply concern you as well. Using Appaloosa Road as a cut-through for such a high-density development should never even have been an option. The fact that it has gotten to this point makes me wonder, what is really going on here? Common sense has taken the back seat, and we're all left reeling. If this project as it stands is allowed to go through, it will utterly destroy my neighborhood and everything beautiful that it is known for. We matter. My kids, our grandkids matter. They will negatively be affected by just the sheer magnitude of it. My family isn't against development happening, but the original 2020 plan that the applicant submitted to you looked completely different than the current one we're talking about tonight. It wasn't until last year that everything changed. The applicant basically used the old plan concepts in a letter asking the city to be included in the comprehensive plan update process. Then, once they were included, suddenly their plan changed to be much higher density. Have you ever asked yourself why? I have. And I think I know the answer. There is no way that we as a community or you as our city council members would have ever agreed at the time to such a large density project backing up to Indian Meadows. We want the 2,800 unit cap reduced to what the original 2020 letter stated, which was why they would keep in mind the adjacent neighborhood unit count and meld with us. Well, that isn't happening. The commercial district needs to be moved far away from adjacent neighborhoods that it will negatively affect with their traffic. Doesn't that make so much more sense rather than barreling down Appaloosa Road and then unsuccessfully merging onto Atlas? Just imagine for 1 second the nightmare that will become of this. The solution is simple. Deny with prejudice the annexation. Ask them to move the large commercial district so that it does not impact adjacent neighborhoods, as well as replace the current high density back to the original intent, which was promised to reduce unit counts. If they can do that, many more people may jump on board. Thank you.
William Cushman?
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. So with this development, I'm guessing that there's going to be a fire truck or fire station going to be added. With that, probably going to incur a ladder truck because of the high rises that they want to build in the commercial districts. Those start at $3 million. You're going to put that funding, you're going to ask for that funding from the city, from the taxpayers. I think that that's outrageous. The density, the high density, that's I think it's way out of line. The housing in Indian Meadows is highly desirable and sought after. It's very hard to come by, unless you have millions of dollars for some of them that have just recently come up. But with this high density, I think it's way too dramatic of a change for the city of Coeur d'Alene. We already have that on the south end of the Atlas with the old mill property. That's all multi-family, stack 'em and pack 'ems. And what's going to happen with the roundabout? I mean, it's already failing. We're going to take it out and put in a stoplight. Thank you.
Thank you. I can read I think the last name is Benter. Benter?
Well, I signed up to speak. Daniel Finley.
Yes.
Okay. Finley?
Benter, Benter? No.
But I think I was skipped.
Pardon?
I think I was skipped.
Oh. Whoops. What is your name?
Finley, F-I-N-L-E-Y.
Whoops, I haven't called that name yet. You're down further in the list.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the one.
Benter, last call. Okay. That one's already testified. Well, actually, you are the next.
Come on, back. I can feel it.
I didn't get that far down. Sorry.
I'm sorry for being too eager a beaver.
State your name, please.
My name is Daniel Finley. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for having all of us and for having me, because I'm going to ask you to do the hard thing, which is the right thing. And the right thing for the majority of people in our area is to approve this annexation. I feel like the lone wolf or the lone voice crying in the desert here, representing young families and good, honest, working-class people who aren't here because we have jobs and businesses and families that prevent us from being as involved as we would like to be. And I have great respect for the people that are here because they are well-established, almost all of them, and because they're well-established, I respect them, and I feel that that might prevent them from understanding the situation that we are actually in. There aren't any starter homes for $150,000 like when they were buying, even just a few years ago. Contrary to what has been said, even with new development, there's almost no inventory. I cannot tell you how many times I meet people that are construction workers, that are plumbers, that are teachers at private Christian schools who can't find a place to live, not to mention city employees and police officers. And it's just uncharitable to not make space for them when we have the space. This is not where your kids or grandkids are going to grow up. This is not where they're going to grow up because without gentle touch density like Coeur, there will be no place for them. There is no place for them. What I'm asking you to do is to do the right thing, and the right thing is to make a wise city. What does a wise city look like? It makes spaces for families because we're the ones that drive economic growth and development. It makes spaces where children can play, even at night, because like Coeur has done, they've put in traffic calming measures, and they'll have lights and parks. A wise city is one that is fiscally responsible. That should be the top priority for a city, which has to run like a corporation. It needs to be fiscally responsible. And although I'm sure the city council members know that R1 and R3 is not fiscally responsible, the amount of infrastructure needed, the pipes and the roads to maintain them is greater than the amount of property tax they bring in. People still want that because they're not aware. I'm not against those kinds of developments, R1 and R3, but they are luxuries that we can only afford when we have commercial areas and industrial areas and gentle touch density areas where the same amount of infrastructure is serving a greater number of people. Building in a historically rural way, according to the original 2020 plan, means the only people living with you in the future is not your kids or grandkids, it's the rich Californians who keep moving here. They will be the only ones who are able to afford to live next to you. I'm asking you to do right by the people who are in the audience and who are opposed to it. Many of them are worried about increased property taxes, as am I, but it's not density that requires that, it's people that require that. The more people you have, the more amenities you need. And the people are here and they will keep coming. The way you pay for infrastructure is you make developments that make space for commercial areas, you make space for gentle touch density that can provide the same amount of amenities in a more efficient way. I'm not saying this plan is perfect. Things will change as times go on, but this gives us the space to make a wise city. So I know it's not easy with this audience, but please do the right thing and approve this development.
Thank you. Before I go on, you know what? These other people who are in favor of this have not made comments while you who are opposing it were addressing your concerns. I expect you to provide the same level of civility to them. Mark Jacoby? And then Don Schmidt.
Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Mark Jacoby. I live off of Hutter Road. I'm going to speak to the Coeur density. The majority of the development on the northwest areas of this project are scheduled to be R17. And that's not appropriate for the adjacent properties. I live in Rickert, Court, Country Estates. The developer states that it was at the request of the planning department that they increased the zoning. And that's disturbing to me, that we're looking for a compact neighborhoods and multi-unit apartments adjacent to rural areas like that. And the thought that was conveyed was that it was at the request of planning that they increased that density. I would like to reiterate that there hasn't been an independent traffic study on this. We're kind of putting the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse. There was an incomplete report from KMPO, but they admitted that it wasn't inclusive, all-inclusive. It didn't include a lot of things that are in place now. Every meeting that we've had regarding Coeur has discussed current traffic and how much more traffic there will be with this project. I would like to offer that since the developer is adding to the traffic, that the developer should dedicate properties adjacent to Hutter Road for future expansion due to the increased traffic caused by their development. And we really shouldn't be in a big hurry to develop so their phase one plan shows that developing that area adjacent to Hutter in their phase one. Hurry up and build it, so then they have to take the houses on the other side of the road. So I'd like to look at that and maybe ask them to not make that their phase one build out. I'm here to ask you to make the difficult decision to deny this annexation with prejudice. And make it where we can allow the developer and the planning department and you, the city council, to make it a viable project, something that we can get behind as a community. I'm not opposed to building, but I'm opposed to building at this density. Thank you.
Don Schmidt.
I'm Don Schmidt. Thanks again for your public service. I've heard a couple of interesting things tonight that I really don't believe. One is the gentle density concept. the other one is pesticides in dust gonna ruin our neighborhood? I don't believe that either. Some of this stuff is just not practical. I want you to take a practical approach to this. Try to save our neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you. Lorraine Jacob. I'm sure I didn't say that right.
Lorraine Jacoby. There's been a lot of wonderful things that have been said tonight to deny this project. Many letters have been written. There's a lot of very, very intelligent people that are very concerned about this project going through. It's not that we do not want a development to happen on that property, but density, density, density is the issue, because then there's traffic, traffic, traffic. It makes total sense. You need to reduce the density of the project in order to reduce the traffic, especially initially, when they're planning on building all these apartments. We are not against low-income people, okay? We're not against that. We are only wanting responsible development, and this isn't responsible. And there's too many unsatisfied questions to continue going on and on and on with this. So, you know, the hot button issue has been the schools, the school levies, right? But yet here we are they're proposing 2 new big schools. Where's the money going to come from when there's no money? And they're asking the Coeur d'Alene residents for more money to support the schools that they already have. I wonder what people in Coeur d'Alene would feel knowing that tonight there could be possibly 2 new schools that are on board to try and support. I think they'd be disturbed by that. And like I said, we're not against development, but when you have to have neighbors get together and form a group called Neighbors for Responsible Development, something's wrong. Why are neighbors having to come together and approach the city of Coeur d'Alene asking for responsible development? So I think there's too much opposition. It's being slammed through. Let's take a step back. What's the harm in that? I said it before when I spoke, for transparency. And let's all come together. We're still not all together, because I'll tell you what, that R-17, that was never addressed. That's a big issue with this project. That's never been addressed. There's too much being packed into this project, and it really needs to be addressed. So I'm begging you tonight, begging you, please do the right thing and deny this project.
Lacey, it's M-O.
Just like the faucet. Hi, you guys. How are you?
Oh.
Nice to see all of you again. I am broken-hearted.
State your name first,
Oh,
please.
Lacey Moen, sorry. I am a local. I have owned a business downtown for over 13 years now, and I am brokenhearted listening to everybody right now talk about the selfishness of traffic, the selfishness of everything that's happening. It's all about a me, I. We are a community of love, right? People are moving here because they want to be here, and we are not giving them a place to live. It is hard for I see a ton of clients. I see wonderful people come into this area. They're all searching for somewhere to live. These are young people, these are middle-aged, these are older. It's across the board right now, and there's a lack of housing that's happening right now. The amount of jobs that this brings in, I guess what I kind of go back to, that I keep coming back to, is the fight that everyone had on McEwen. The fight that everyone's had on all of these different amazing opportunities that we've had as a city to come together and wrap our arms around everybody here that's coming here and make it part of a family. I understand the issue with
Appaloosa. I understand the issue with this neighborhood, and they're trying to figure out a solution to get traffic through. I am a homeowner. I live on Rendezvous. That is 8 houses away from this new construction. I am the one that will watch it. I'm the one that will be affected. I'll be the one that watches all of these new roads open. The people are here. The traffic is here. We're just trying to allow it to have alternate routes. And I know that you all are very, very wise and very, very smart, and I know that you'll all make a wonderful decision on all this. But I need you to know that there's a lot more that are for this and against this, but we're not necessarily here right now. So I would like to represent the people that are actually for growth in Coeur d'Alene. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant will now be able to provide any rebuttals. Your time's clicking here.
You all right?
Okay.
Still not.
No, it's Woody takes over.
Why don't we take a break quick?
Be right back.
He'll be right back.
Should we recess a couple
We
of
might be
minutes?
having a recess.
Woody, take a time out for,
You don't want me in charge. Woody's in charge.
yes, he's back. Oh.
God.
One of the,
You're gonna
good
have
evening,
to-
Council, Michelle Fulgham. One of the, as an attorney, I follow rules, I follow the law, I follow the statute, and that's kind of governs how you think about things. It kind of governs how this land use process applies. And a lot of the comments talk about the density as being an issue, and that somehow the developer is the one who's driving too much density. And we need to back up. The city approved a new comp plan in February 2022. Those are the new rules. The city approved the comp plan, which sets the underlying goals, what we want for our community, what we plan for our community. And this area has been in the ACI for decades. It's right up against the city boundary. The streets are stubbed out there. It's clearly an area where annexation is going to occur. And the comp plan has designated compact neighborhoods in this area. So when we come in and we apply for something, we have to follow the city's rules. We have to. And it's the comp plan that we've been following in applying zoning. The participation of the developer back in 2020 in the comp plan process, that's completely separate. This application for annexation didn't even exist until May of 2022. So I think there's some confusion when some of the objections are, the plan that was shown in May of 2020 is different than what's being submitted now. There was no annexation application in May of 2020. There was no application for any of this until May of 2022. I heard a couple of comments, and I'm trying to be very, open-minded and fair and reasonable, but there were some allegations or comments that, it was sort of a bait and switch, and that there was some sort of nefarious intent. And that's not true. This developer has been very transparent. I mean, I've kind of got a phrase here, you know, when the city calls us and they tell us something, it's like, you guys say jump and we say how high. I mean, we do what we are told by the city. And when we participated in the previous comp plan process, we showed a generalized plan for this 440 acres. That's a good idea. It's going to come into the city and be annexed. It's a good idea to share that information and be involved. That is a generalized concept plan that was part of the comp plan discussion, part of that process 3 years ago. The comp plan changed, and the comp plan changed a lot. And the old rules under the comp plan, they don't govern anymore. We don't follow those. The city doesn't follow those. The council doesn't follow those. We're all under the new rules that you approved in February of '22, and that's the new comp plan. And it has a higher density zoning, and that's why that's what's being included in this project. It wasn't some sort of a bait and switch. That comp plan dialogue, that plan was just shared 3 years ago of what was anticipated back then. What changed is the comp plan and the density. And now the new generalized concept plan provides that zoning, matches the comp plan pretty much. I mean, there are areas where the city staff wants us to be higher. They want more density to match the comp plan. We backed it off to R8, you backed it off to R3. I mean, those little flexible things are not illegal, but we generally do need to stick to the comp plan with the zoning that's applied. It's not a bait and switch. The comp plan changed, and the generalized concept plan has changed.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Before you move on?
Yes, sir.
In regards to the comp plan, I thought earlier you mentioned that the comp plan was kind of this broad, feel-good, find where you fit into it. And now I'm not hearing it that way. Did I miss something?
Comp plans are not zoning ordinances.
Okay.
Comp plans are vision, goals for future development. And when the comp plan is approved, then the zoning ordinances spin off from that. They come from that. We were facing some objections that you have to exactly match the comp plan. You know, the piece that's cut out for Roy's property, that's supposed to be commercial zoning and you're not doing it. And we're just below that piece. That kind of discrepancy is no big deal. It's not illegal. I submit to you that even, and this is why we pushed back against the city staff at the Planning Commission when they said, your comp plan designation is compact neighborhood. You need to be at R17. Like, no, we don't want to be at R17. It's too dense, too close to those neighborhood. And the legally correct response was, well, you need to match the comp plan. That's compact neighborhood, get back up to R17. So we pushed it down, and now it's been pushed down to R3. That kind of flexibility is okay. Now, if you go to R1, that's not in your comp plan. That's a complete deviation. That's going too far. And so that's what I'm talking about in terms of the case law says. You can be somewhat flexible. A comp plan is not a zoning ordinance, but you can't just throw it out. A lot of people spend a lot of time, a lot of effort. You approved the new comp plan in February of 2022, and it has to be followed generally in the zoning, and that's where this density is coming from.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
It wasn't a bait and switch, though. The comp plan changed, and the project has been developing. And we've met with neighbors. That's how the buffer got put in there. That's how the trail got bigger. I mean, those changes are based upon feedback, and we really do, I think, shouldn't be penalized that it was a bait and switch, that the plan looks different. Yes,
Michelle.
Councilmember Wood.
Thank you. Quick question. On the same topic, I'm hearing for the first time that our city staff encouraged you to raise the density.
Well, it was encouraged to match the comp plan designation, and the comp plan designation is a land use category of compact neighborhood, which is R17.
Sure.
So-
And you've acknowledged that the land company was not comfortable with that. What's the comfort level of lowering some of the density throughout the project?
I think we've already backed it off a lot. I mean, under the zoning that's allowed, we're at 56%. We've capped ourselves at 2,800 units. That's 56%.
Well, part of that is due to the services that we can provide. I don't know
But we're
that
paying for and we're going to contribute, and the water sewer connections are going to get improved and expanded, and we're paying for that. So there's going to be more services.
Yeah, but
And that's-
I believe that the city has taken a position that that's really the maximum we could do. It isn't so much that the developer has said, we'll only do 56%. That's the amount of city services that we can provide. That's my understanding.
At this time. I mean, and that's why it's a 25 to 30-year phase development, you know, those units that are going to be using those sewer lines and capacity at the plant, they're not going to come online. They're not going to be developed for 25 or 30 years. And so infrastructure improvements and changes will be addressed at the time that specific application comes in 10, 15, 20 years. What has the capacity expanded to? What has the plant expanded to? That's why we address these things at the time of the actual development.
But I think your answer was, you're not interested in lowering density any further.
I mean, I think we've come back and we've met with people, and it's, at some point, I think the reality of the neighborhood's never going to not object. I mean, it's different than what they have. I think it's never going to be enough to satisfy or, but go ahead, Brad, you want to talk about that? He's the,
I have a question for Michelle.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, a question and a statement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we know that a comp plan is a guide, and that it's simply, I mean, just to be blunt, we ignore it all the time. We did on 15th Street, where we increased density where it said it was single-family home, and we put in a nice apartment complex there that it didn't pass unanimously, but it was not what I would consider in conformance with the comp plan. So that's not something that we take as absolute, you know. Also, you mentioned that you don't jump when the city says jump, but yet there was an item in the original presentation where the city asked you to ban things like strip clubs and automobile, you know, repair shops outside and stuff.
Comply with what you want. And so when the staff said we want a prohibition against billboards and adult entertainment clubs in this area, we said, okay, fine. If you don't want that, we agree to that condition. And then the council said, no, take that out. We don't want that prohibition in there. And we said, fine, you can take it out. And that's
And I appreciate that. You understand that a lot of this process, and one of the reasons that this is taking so long is it's like walking through wet cement. It's a huge deal.
But we're not to the development yet. It's not, I mean, I know people are frustrated and they want to talk about specific details. Until we come into the city and get annexed, and until there's zoning overlaid that land, there's no application for any of this. There's no application.
So we got to approve the plan before we can read the plan.
No.
You have a development agreement that puts the conditions in.
I understand, but that's not what you just said.
No, after, you can't receive or process an application for a subdivision because this property isn't in the city.
And that's what I just said before that, which is this is huge. This is really big, and that's one reason we're having these issues.
And I think it's better from a land use perspective that it is big, because 440 acres gives all of the city staff the information of where the water, sewer, roads, connections, where everything's going to go. If you do these in onesies and twosies and little bits and pieces, it becomes very difficult to plan for long-range planning, connectivity, and good, efficient city services.
Just talked about the rest of the city, so.
What I want you to do, council, is just ask questions. Let's not get into debate with them. Let's debate with ourselves after we've got the questions answered. Any further questions? Kiki?
I'm assuming they're all going to come up. I'm not sure which
Yes.
question to address to
Why
which
why
one.
don't why don't
so
we let them present
All
the
right.
rest of their rebuttal
As long as
then?
we have a chance to ask all of them at the end, that'll be great.
Oh, boy.
Good evening, Mr. Council Mayor, or council members. So we heard some testimony on the aquifer today.
Speak louder, please. You
Sorry.
don't have to get closer, you just have to talk louder.
We heard some testimony on the aquifer and that there may or may not be any oversight or plans in place. The aquifer is currently managed by the Idaho Department of Water Resources. They have adopted a Rathdrum Prairie Aquifer Comprehensive Master Plan in July of 2011. The first goal in this master plan is to provide reliable water sources projecting 50 years into the future. So there is a plan in place, and there are existing monitoring wells in place within the Coeur d'Alene region. On their website also, hydrologic conditions in Coeur d'Alene sub-area of the Rathdrum Prairie Aquifer. This was a study that was put out that was 2007 to 2015, tracked 9 monitoring wells in this area for annual fluctuations and year-over-year fluctuations. So the aquifer is being monitored. It does have a long-term plan in place. It's being managed by state agencies. So, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Sean Messner. I'm with CivTech. I'm a traffic engineer as part of this project, and I know there were a lot of questions and concerns about traffic, and I wanted to just relay a few other points that might not have been heard before, and to be able to answer questions that you may have. We did work with the KMPO to do the initial traffic modeling along with the city staff to make sure that we were accommodating and giving them the right information about our site in terms of number of units, not just for our 400 acres, but what we thought we might have with the other 600 acres on the other side. So the KMPO model that was done and completed includes not only all of the regional modeling and growth within the area, but also very specific information about our site for the 400 acres as well as on the west side of Hutter. We also worked with KMPO to outline where the roadways would be connecting. Gabe talked about the collector road that runs through our site, and that was purposefully coded into the KMPO model based off of our preliminary plan. The connection of Nez Pierce was also coded in there, and so we did work with them more so than most developments will to refine that model and have them run a very project-specific traffic model for our site. That's usually more than a high-level planning analysis that's completed for these types of applications. And we did that because we knew traffic would be a concern. And we wanted to make sure that in the future, and looking at the year 2045, so we're talking 20 years plus into the future, that we could start and have the planning in place for future facilities to accommodate not only our site, but for all of the regional growth that's anticipated for this area. We worked with them very diligently to walk through where the placement of the single-family homes were, where the schools would be at, where the commercial center was located at, and Allie at KMPO did a great job with modeling that. She used a lot of our information that's very specific to our site to incorporate that. That planning level document and analysis showed that there are adequate facilities in the future. Hutter Road, as people have said today, the 2-lane roadway that's there today, as well as Atlas, I 100% agree. It's not able to accommodate the growth for 2045. It's not just our site, it's the regional growth. But when we talk about this regional modeling, we're also talking about regional projects and regional improvements that happen over the 20 years to accommodate that growth. They've coordinated with the city to incorporate those future projects that are coded into the model. Is Atlas a 3-lane roadway with a turn lane? Is there a traffic signal at Nez Pierce? What do the improvements look like on Hanley? All of those get factored into this modeling effort. And at the end of the day, when the modeling was completed at the high level, the planning level, it appears that there will be adequate facilities to serve all of the growth. Now, what does that mean? That means there will be improvements. I mean, we know that, we're planning for that, we're coordinating with the city for that, and the city has impact fees to help address that. I think the city is going to, update their impact fee here in the near future. And what those do is allow for developments to come in and pay that impact fee to improve those facilities across the city where there are needs. Our study identified some of those needs and coordinated with the KMPO to identify what that was and how that looked. As part of the development process, which is the next step after this annexation, with each one of those phases, more detailed traffic studies will be completed, including looking at connectivity, looking at speeds, looking at traffic calming, looking at improvements and mitigations that need to be in place to help not only our site grow, but to help the regional growth. That's part of what the next step, that detailed study, does. We're just not at that point yet. We're still at this high-level planning level, and the next step after that is to do these detailed traffic studies. That's part of our development agreement. With each phase or every 2 years, that's what we'll do. We have to go out and get the traffic counts to see what has happened in that 2-year period or when the next phase comes online, and look at these intersections. Look at the very specific details that aren't done at that high-level planning. That's part of the process. That's what we are planning on doing, and that's documented in the development agreement. That's very crucial and critical, not only for our growth, but for the growth of the city. It'll help us identify the timing of improvements and help the city identify timings for improvements that we might have a proportionate share contribution to, but other regional developments are contributing to that. That's part of what this next process is, and we are engaged to do that, including looking at traffic calming devices. Does it make sense for the chicanes or the speed humps? Does it make sense for something other than that? Where will the roadway connections be? We've talked about Nez Perce and Appaloosa, and as the developments come online, what do those connections look like? They could look very different. And I'm not saying different in the sense of, well, it's going to be a 5-lane road. What I'm saying is it could look different from the sense of traffic calming. How do we accommodate peds? How do we accommodate bikes? How do we make sure that the traffic flows throughout the neighborhood and throughout the region? That's all part of those next detailed studies. I'd be happy to answer any questions that might happen.
Well, at this point, if we got anybody else who wants to make a presentation, we want to do that before any more questions.
We're available for a few more questions, and then we can wrap it up with kind of closing comments, and then let you move into deliberations.
Okay,
Do
questions?
you have any more questions?
Kiki?
This one might be for the traffic guy, and I'm sorry I didn't get your name, traffic guy.
Sean Messner.
Were there, when you said this, just to be clear, that was a question, my understanding is, which each of these phases and requests come forward, a traffic study will be done. Will all things like traffic calming and even transit buses and things like that that are maybe incorporated in the future that don't exist out there now, is that all part of the traffic study that will incorporate the surrounding neighborhoods as well?
Yes, so a lot of the traffic impact studies that we do have to follow the city requirements, but that includes looking at intersections, it includes looking at transit, what the facilities are, where that's at, how do people get from point A to point B. We also look, at the traffic calming items as well. The speed studies or things like that can be incorporated, and we can make that happen. I mean, we're not trying to pull a fast one over on anyone. We really want to have this work, and that will be included in the traffic studies.
And being required to do the traffic study is part of the development agreement.
Correct.
So that can't be skipped.
Right, absolutely not. It can't be skipped.
And then, so there was a
Hang on a second. So the traffic study is part of the agreement, which means it comes after our decision.
Right, but it's part of the development agreement.
And you're good with that?
I'm just asking a
Okay,
question
you're
right
asking
now.
a question, okay. Sorry.
I want to just be clear on some of these things. So there was a question about the industrial loop access, and I wanted to ask you on traffic because I understand that that question would actually come later on when that portion of the phase was being done. So if there was a potential to, at that point, there's a new lot for development, would that come under the traffic study when that phase comes together, or where would that piece come in so that question can be looked at?
So that would be really with phase one, and so if that lot came available and we decided to purchase that or look at that, it would be part of the traffic study. So it would be, how does our development align with that? Is there a possibility for that roadway to connect up? And then we would look at the impacts of that connection, not only to our site, but to Atlas, to Hanley. So that would be part of the traffic study.
But that isn't really what's before us today.
I'm sorry?
That's not really what's before us today.
Correct.
And then can I ask a legal person?
Just, you're on a roll here, keep going.
So there was a question, and this might be the legal person, or I'm not sure which one of you, but there was a question about the phased annexation. And I actually had thoughts about that because all of these little pieces come together all over town, and it seems like a planned phase annexation works better for all parties involved. But is that something that you had talked about at one point, and where that kind of had a different spin to it was this, I don't know what I'd call it, this question of this is eminent domain if we take all of this property at one time, and I'm not sure where that question came in. Did you catch any of that?
I actually did not catch any question about
that
phased annexation. It under the annexation code and the city's ordinance, we talk to the city, and rather than doing, just one little tiny subdivision and not being transparent about everything else that we were planning to follow for the next 25 or 40 years, we felt it was 25, 30 years, we felt it was better to, here's everything that's out there. No surprise, no gotcha. Here's the entire 440 acres, not just 100 acres of it, and we're not going to tell you anything else that's happening because that's just in the annexation. I'm sorry, did you want me to look at something?
Okay, sorry.
Oh, okay. And I think in dealing with the roads, the water, the sewer, the school districts, having everything included in the annexation at this time, it's really the only way to, donate the land to the school district and get that out there now and set out the school district parcel and start engineering where are the sewer connections and where are the water connections and where is all of this going to fit together, because it's all connected. I mean, it really is going to all be connected. And if you don't share with wastewater and streets and water where the wells are going to go and where the pipes are going to go and where the easements are going to go and where the sewer lines are going to go, and you just do a little 100 acres here and you don't have it flowing into the lift stations and, all of those, it's disjointed land use planning, and that's not good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. This question is for, I believe it's Gabe?
Yes.
Thank you. Gabe, some of the questions that's come up tonight, not so much from residents of Coeur d'Alene, but residents of Brickard Estates, Big Sky. And I think it's a legitimate question to ask if there's some sort of buffer zone on Hutter that, and I'm not suggesting 200 feet and different accommodations there, but I'm asking if it's been planned for, because it seems like there would need to be some sort of a buffer from this development from the residents on the other side of the street. And also, I guess, the necessity to increase Hutter at some point. And so what has been planned there?
So specifically, the development agreement does provide for and require a set-aside or reserve area on the east side of Hutter of 25 feet for future right-of-way dedication. So that's area we've committed to not build in. And if there is a need for the widening of Hutter, we have set aside and reserved that area for that purpose.
That's for the road? But
for the
is
road.
there a buffer planned?
So at this point, there has been no specific zoning buffer planned or included in the proposal. The street, again, is, you talk about a width, you know, we have a 200-foot R2 buffer, R3 buffer. On our east and south sides, the Hutter Road right-of-way itself is a buffer. It is a setback from those uses and our proposed uses. It is an arterial street. It is planned to have increasing traffic over time regionally, not just from our development. So I think those things have been taken into consideration. There's a potential of a freeway right along the west side of where Hutter Road is today, and at some portions, exactly where Hutter Road is today could be a portion of a freeway. So we've considered all of those future things into our plan and feel that the plan is, again, consistent with the comp plan and a good land use plan, looking at all things in the future that may come.
On the, I asked earlier about Industrial Way and the possibilities there. I think listening to Sean, that if we wait for a specific traffic plan to make those decisions, the council has already blessed entrances that we may not agree to. And so I think we can get to where we want to be with density, with traffic. I think this developer has done a pretty nice job of trying to be accommodating, but we're not quite there in my mind. And so I guess I'm concerned that we would wait to look at that when that could be done much sooner. And the property could maybe not be available.
So I think one of the considerations with that is that the 7 connections from the residential areas were stubbed to the property line, meaning the right-of-way extended to the property line, so there is a connection point available. Industrial Way was not designed to extend or extended to the property line like these other connection pieces. So it would have to cross private property. And as I mentioned earlier, there are some design considerations and non-ideal conditions with what that intersection would look like on a curved street. So, and the fact that, you know, the right-of-way isn't there, it requires the purchase of third-party property that we don't control at this point. So, very challenging to put in a study and look at that when it's not something that you have the ability to move forward with.
Well, I guess I would disagree a little bit. You have the ability to purchase property anytime you want. If you don't think you need it, that's something different. But just my thoughts right now. I'll let others continue.
I don't have a question for them, but I do have a question for our fire chief. Hi, Chief. It's been discussed that there would be traffic calming measures such as speed humps and chicanes. How does this affect your guys and the vehicles?
So we're dealing with those now with roundabouts. The one conversation that came up earlier that I had a question about was traffic restricting barriers. That's something we don't deal with right now on streets that go through. We do see them in communities that dead end, but as far as the calming measures, yeah, we're fine with them as long as they meet the width that we need for our apparatus.
So
in the turning radius.
Speed bumps don't do extra wear and tear on the vehicles, and they're in the shop more often?
Yes, they do wear and tear on the vehicles, so that it is a concern, just like we saw on 4th Street with some of the intersections. We did see significant damage on leaf springs on some of our apparatus, so the humps themselves are a concern.
Thank you.
Yes.
If there are questions of the developer, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing now, and if you have questions of staff.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Did you
Mr. Mayor,
think you were going to do a little summary?
Yes.
If you do, it's got to be really short.
Really short. Again, Brad Marshall for the record. You know, previously I touched on the annexation findings that you're charged with, provided on the screen and provided with a hard copy. We do believe you meet the findings B8, B9, B10, and B11. Again, this property is addressed in your ACI, your comprehensive plan, your prior and your post. It has public utilities to the site, can be served to the site. The site is physically flat and very developable. And finally, we do not believe that this project will adversely the adjacent neighborhood. We've proposed a well-planned community design project. We've addressed it with R3 zoning. We've come up with a traffic mitigation plan that directs traffic out to Hutter Road. And with that said, in behalf of the Kootenai County Land Company, based on the staff report, based on the Planning Commission's recommendation approval, and really the residents of Coeur d'Alene, past and future, we respectfully request approval of the annexation and the zoning.
Thank you. Okay, the council now has this issue before you. Did you have further questions of staff?
I had one.
Yes, go ahead.
Chief, I just wanted to clarify, following up on Dan's question. So we heard a lot of comments about gates for public safety, and that's what you commented on, that gates were problematic to accessing.
So right now, the only place we deal with gates are communities that are
Gated.
dead-ended. Yeah, we don't deal with automatic gates on through streets. They do have those in other parts of the country, but that would be something, if you directed us to go back and look at, we would do so. I don't know how that would impact PD, bus routes, plows, or anything of that nature.
Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Yes.
Chris, sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. Can you talk about Atlas Road? If all this traffic is going out to Atlas Road, north or south, is the 3 lanes going to make it better? And then what happens at Saltese? Kind of project out. I mean, it's not happening next year, but the long term of it, how do you see that?
Well, we do have a project that is currently not funded, unfortunately, because the registration fee increase, or the increase did not pass a couple years ago, and that was going to be the funding for it. It was number 2 on the list with KMPO to widen Atlas Road, which would be put in a center turn lane. So just putting in the center turn lane helps with efficiency of roads, just because it takes those left turning move cars out of traffic, gets them out of the way, and allows through traffic to continue on. The KMPO model that was, they've always got the model, but when they put in all this information about future growth with all the projects going on around here, there is an issue at Saltese and Atlas. But we got to keep in mind also that not all this traffic that would be in Coeur is coming to the east out to Atlas. But by providing these connections, without those connections to Atlas, it pushes all that traffic up to Hanley and down to Saltese. And the 2045 projections from KMPO show that if we don't have any connections to the east and the traffic is required to go just to Hanley and Hutter, those things in the year 2045 exceed their capacity. Their volume to capacity ratio is over 1, which is bad. By adding a couple connections in there, it allows traffic to disperse. People find their own way through, and it does increase traffic on Atlas, at Nez Perce, at Kathleen. You know, some intersection improvements will have to be made there, and that's what our impact fees are for. But without it, we see more serious consequences on the other roads.
So Atlas can never be more than 2 lanes with a left turn lane. You call it 3, I call it 2.
Well, that's what our future models show right now. If ITD does widen that bridge, we would have more opportunity there, but right now, I mean, the 3 lanes is adequate capacity.
Okay, and so eventually lights at those other intersections, Appaloosa and...
We haven't planned for any signals at Appaloosa at this time. The KMPO model does show a call for a signal at Nez Perce, and then there is one at Kathleen and Greenwich.
Okay, so it could come it down as it increases, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so we kind of go back to the emergency crosses, you know, the compromise. I felt like we compromised a lot from 7 to 5 to 2. The 2 came out of public safety. That was what, as I understand it. So if you didn't have those, everything would go to Hutter and go up north. Is that kind of the bottom line?
Right, it would all go out to Hutter and Hanley, and then people on Hutter, if they're going east, they're gonna have to get to Hanley or down to Celtice, and those, especially when Pole Line and Hanley connect, there's gonna be a lot more traffic on Hanley, and that's something we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with. But if all the traffic goes to Hanley, then we've got a big problem.
All right, thank you. And I have a question for Hillary, the planner. Can you explain a little, I was flashing back when they were talking about the 1,000-acre, at one time there was this talk, and I think we spun it around, and I don't know if it ever came to council where we were asked, do you want to cross Hutter? And I just remember many years ago, that was our line, we don't cross Hutter. We're not crossing Hutter, Hutter is our line of demarcation, and that's where, that was a different plan at that time because they were looking at, will we cross? Is that correct, or am I just dreaming?
No, I think you're thinking back to when the applicant team asked us to analyze the full 1,000 acres as part of the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
So state statutes allow for, if a council did want to annex in property, if it's outside of the area of city impact, if it has been analyzed within a comprehensive plan. And so, because it was also kind of a master plan concept, and they weren't sure what city they wanted to pursue annexation in, and they talked to all the different service agencies, they asked if we could study it with the comprehensive plan. It has since been made clear from all Post Falls and all the other service agencies there, and from council here and city staff for Coeur d'Alene, that the dividing line should remain as Hutter.
Okay. That's why the plan changed.
Correct, and that's why they're only requesting the 440 all east of Hutter, which is all within our area of city impact.
Gotcha.
Woody, you are correct. Years ago, the mayors and councils of Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene did have a meeting where they agreed that Hutter would be the dividing line. Originally, Coeur d'Alene was planning to go all the way to Meyer, and after meeting with Post Falls, they came to agreement that Hutter would be the dividing line between the two cities.
Okay, I seem to remember that. One other thing, looking back on the last comp plan.
Yep.
We talked a little earlier today.
Yeah.
I was
Let me pull up.
I was confused about how
Sure.
I looked at maps in the old comp plan and then was looking to see what it looked like in this new one. And it was, yeah, that's it right there. That's the old comp plan.
Right.
And that's that area that we're talking about right now. And then I was trying to find what we said about it there to what we are saying about it now in the new comp plan. So the biggest difference, what
It's really just been more refined in terms of how it was analyzed with our current comprehensive plan. But even this one that was referenced a few times tonight, it says overall density may approach 4 to 5 residential units per acre. However, pockets of higher density housing and multifamily units are appropriate in compatible areas. It also talks to neighborhood service nodes where appropriate, and then it speaks to open space parks, all those other things. So it's actually very consistent with the new comprehensive plan, because if you look at, as the applicant was noting, like, they're asking for R17, yes, but they're not building at R17 density because they have all these other constraints, and so it's really scaled back closer to that potentially 7, average units per acre.
and this was in 2007.
This was 2007.
Our last comp plan before we did the new one.
Correct.
So the new one added a few more words and more pictures and more thought put into it.
Right.
We've known this is coming since I
Yes.
can remember. When I was on
It's
planning
been
and zoning, we
Planned
talked
for
about this.
decades, yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And one point of clarification on that too, so it was brought up that why didn't we just keep this comprehensive plan? Well, you do a comprehensive plan for 20 years, you're looking out into the future, but then you're supposed to look at it every 7 to 10 years and update it. Well, we were behind schedule on getting ours updated, so we finally have our new comprehensive plan, and so we're doing what we were supposed to do. We weren't doing it because the applicant team said it's time to update your comprehensive plan. It was,
But that's a law, sorry, that's a
it
state
was best
statute, right?
practices. It's what? State
That's a
statute?
state statute.
It is a
That's
state statute.
Not policy, it's a law.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. At this point, council,
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take a stab at a motion here. I will move to deny with prejudice A 422 annexation of plus or minus 440 acres from County Ag Suburban to City R3, R8, R17, C17L, and C17, commonly known as Coeur, location north of I-90, south of West Handley Avenue, east of Hutter Avenue, applicant Kootenai County Land Company, LLC, and I will state the findings if I can get a second.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to second that for further discussion.
you have a motion and a second.
So, findings. And under the findings, under B8, for C1 under there, well, actually, I don't know what these numbers are. It could be CL, but it's 1.1. Foster broad-based and inclusive community involvement for actions affecting businesses and residents to promote community unity and involvement. I think very few opportunities were missed in this process to provide more involvement for the community, especially on a formal basis. Between hearings doesn't count. And the second objective, GD, which is 1.5, recognize neighborhood and district identities. I believe this project fails on that goal as well, for reasons that were stated through the hearing. B9, the public facilities and utilities are not available and adequate for proposed use, and primarily streets. I mean, a lot of people mention that too. Hutter's too small, and that's not part of this consideration here is when does the upgrade come for Hutter? It's a 2-lane road. It does terminate down on Celtice in a signal, which is better than the roundabout at Atlas, which is the other road that I believe is inadequate. This city lacks east-west transportation aside from I-90. And so people tend to go north-south. And those two roads are, Hutter is inadequate, and I believe that Atlas is also inadequate as it currently stands, and of course Atlas is outside the development. Physical characteristics of the site, I believe they are suitable. And something's going to be built on there someday, and I, like other people, would favor something that would be lower density, even though it's not in the comp plan, I understand that. But I believe even our police have said that, you know, if the density was lower, they wouldn't need the substation, they wouldn't need the road accesses. And the traffic would be a lot less. And B11, of course, is the big, you know, cleanup hitter here. I think the proposal adversely affects the surrounding neighborhoods with regards to traffic, character, and existing land uses, because you have an R1 right next to what's going to be, yes, one thin row of R3, and then a lot of R8, and some R17, which can be updated through the PUD process to R34. And that would not even go to us unless it was appealed. I realize that's hypothetical. But I think the character is, you know, and even considering neighborhoods outside the city, as we heard testimony tonight, that this is just too much. As a few people said in public comments, which I did pay attention to. Mr. Bullard mentioned that this Coeur d'Alene, the city, is southeast of this development. This is on the outskirts of town. Logically, the density would be less on the outskirts of town. What you're talking about here is another city. This is North Hutter, and it's a lot of city to put in. It's closer to Post Falls than it would be to this building we're in right now. And a few other people, Stephanie and Diana, both mentioned the traffic on Hutter. given the number of residents, and therefore, for these reasons, I think it should be denied, and I did deny it without prejudice, because I think they can come back with something better. I think they've heard the process. Everyone okay over there? There's a little whispering going on.
You've heard
I thought you had
the,
said with prejudice to begin with.
Oh, I did say with? Okay, I meant without. Are you okay without?
Yeah, if you're done, I'll comment.
I am done, please.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
go ahead.
Under discussion? Thank you. I want to make clear, too, I said this earlier tonight, that I too like the product. I think the developer has put together, I really appreciate the trails, the parks, the future planning for schools. We all ask that all the time. Schools are coming, either 5 years from now or 10 years from now, we're going to need schools. And so I do appreciate that rarely developers will do that. And so I also appreciate the affordable housing are the first ones that have agreed to do that. When I say affordable, you know what I mean. We're not sure what the affordable is, but you're willing to do the 5%. That's more than any other developer's done so far. So I would commend you very much for that. What I can't get past is the impact on the existing neighborhood. And I think you as a group have said, that's the city's decision. We'll work with whatever the city wants. And so what I'd like to do is, I would agree with Dan, to deny it without prejudice, work with our city staff to resolve that issue. It just has to be resolved in my mind before I can get on board. I want to see this project go through because I think it's carefully planned, but I just cannot bring myself to impact a sitting neighborhood with just so, it would decimate it. And so I can't get there. I want to look for other avenues for traffic. And then, of course, the concerns about how well can our existing streets handle traffic. A lot of that needs to be sorted through before I'm able to just go ahead and bless this. But I want you to know, I think you've done a nice job on your project. To me, it seems more like we need to work with our city staff.
Other discussion? Woody?
Well, I guess I've been around too long. So the way the city grows is exactly what we're doing right now. It's the way Coeur d'Alene Place grew. People love Coeur d'Alene Place. The first development I can remember that had curvy streets. And that's why the manholes and the sewers are all weird, because they don't bend the pipes. But that's another question. That's another thing. Development is long-term. Coeur d'Alene Place has been going almost 35 years, and they're still not done. And it changes, and it creates neighborhoods, and it creates all the good, feel-good things that we all want. This one also, it's not doing R37s, and it's not doing high-rises. It's doing homes for people to live in, to be affordable. And I get it. You guys live in paradise. I'm sorry. I live in paradise, and I live downtown. It's just part of growth. It's part of jobs. I mean, most of us are in business, we're booming, and we can't find help. I'm in a restaurant and I close one day a week. Who ever heard of that? I'm just saying is that I get where you're coming from, and in public safety, Christie, the whole thing on those through streets was public safety.
Woody, I don't understand why you're addressing me.
Excuse me.
Well, public safety.
Well, I agree
You've
with
always
public
stepped up
safety.
with
No,
that, right?
no.
So
Mayor,
I'm
he's
just,
addressing me.
No, he
yeah.
is talking
Oh,
and he's not
I'm
to be
sorry, I'm not,
interrupted.
you don't want to be addressed?
Well, he doesn't want me to respond.
Okay. Well, so there's my point is those accesses came down from 5 to 2, and the only reason we're in them at all is because of public safety, and I thought we support everything in
Well,
public
of course I
safety.
do.
I get it, so I'm
I've just offered alternate routes
through the
through the industrial park.
industrial park. Yeah, okay. Well, again, I just disagree. I think it's a good project. I think it's a long-term project that's going to take a long-term time to develop. And all these things, this is our first time ever having to deal with this, and it feels like a cluster, you know. We are all involved with our little things, and it didn't used to be that way. And I think it's good. I do. I get it. It's just so different, and it's this type of a process that we haven't been through before. You know, Christy, you said it was a good project, that you liked it. And Dan, you pointed out all the good things that we got out of this. How much more do you think we can get I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to, you know? Sorry about my passion, you guys. It's just watching things,
There's a lot of
all this
passion.
effort and energy and compromise, and then we're going to toss it away and look for more and squeeze some more out of it. I think you need to give it a chance. It's going to come back to us anytime they make any changes. Yes, it is. That's what the, okay, sorry.
It's really important that you be quiet, particularly because some of us have hearing deficits, and we want to hear everything, not only from you, but from this council. So it's really important that you, if you want to have a discussion, please go out in the hallway, not in here. Woody, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Kiki?
I just wanted to mention a couple things, and I've been, obviously, this is a big deal, biggest one we'll ever have. It's not easy to sit here and make these decisions, and listening to your heartfelt pleas, and my heart goes out to all of you who have lived in the Indian Meadows neighborhood and have these concerns, and they're valid. They're all valid, and we are listening. But this, I can't believe that anyone who testified tonight ever went through Indian Meadows and thought to themselves, nothing will be built at the end of these streets into this alfalfa field. I believe they all have the common sense to know that something was going to happen there. So this is really balancing this question of traffic and density with efficiency and what we need to do according to the guidance we have in our comp plan that was created by all of our citizens and updated and tells us what we need to do. And it tells us, you know, with guiding studies on housing and jobs and what we need to provide and what our responsibility is as we pull these properties in. So I get that we could pull this apart piece by piece, and I know that there's going to be some folks who are never going to be happy, and I don't blame them from where they lived. I'm heartbroken for them that they may have traffic in front of their house that they've never ever had, but I don't know that that isn't something that even one person said, well, this was predicted to be low density when it was put in. Well, I don't know that anybody had that crystal ball and saw what our life was going to look like here in Coeur d'Alene down the road, but our citizens who got involved in the comp plan, you know, they did, and our planners, and we've adopted that plan. So I just think that I want to preserve the integrity of the neighborhoods, but I also want to do the right thing with responsible type of growth projects, and I feel like this group has really been responsive to what we've asked for, and there's plenty more times of things coming back to us, not on every detail in the minutia, but there are a lot of options for citizen input in the future, the way I see it.
Dan?
I've got a few points. Thinking, somebody mentioned, I mean, it's been mentioned Coeur d'Alene Place. I live there now and happened to be on the council when that first went through. And, you know, this project, you know, it's different in some ways, but a lot the same. It is very, very rare that you get a large piece of undeveloped property that's on the outskirts of our city where it's going to come at some point. And, you know, I've heard, you know, somebody made the suggestion, well, why didn't you just, you know, do a chunk of, you know, annex here and annex there or something? Well, then you'd have it all broken up. And we've got some places around town where you can see it's broken up and the streets don't flow together. And so to have that kind of, I mean, it's a rare opportunity to really do planning right, and I think it looks like it's been, you know, intended to be done right. They're only taking about half of the, you know, heard a lot about density. Well, they're only using about half of the density that they would be allowed. So I think that should be recognized. And well, gee, where's the rest of that land going to? What's going to? Parks and trails and green space. And I really appreciate a couple of the comments that we need housing units. I mean, I've grown up here. I've lived in a lot of places around town, and most of them I couldn't, down in what we used to call the inner city where it was cheap property. Now it's, the Garden District. I had a house there, one on Foster, couldn't afford our old houses. And so we need to have places where people at all price points can come in. And yes, that means, apartment houses and everything. Not everybody can afford to have a big down payment, buy a house. And so I think that's great that we want to increase some housing units. Change is going to happen, as I mentioned it. I've seen it over my lifetime. I can identify with a lot of the pictures on the wall and the change that has happened. It's not going to stay static, and it shouldn't, hurt a lot. Well, just take one more, let's step back, take another look. Well, no, keep hearing delay, put it back, whatever. There's a time and a point in time when, we got elected, we're going to make the hard decision, and there's a time, and I think got to make the decision, and I'm willing to, kind of stand by mine. Also, something just from the, actually, kind of mental health perspective of somebody mentioning, kind of the anguish of going this time after time. Well, it's, not easy for us too, but one of the hardest things is actually uncertainty. If something happened, you're not sure what's going to happen. If you've had kids, you know how that is, how it's all going to play out. But at some point, it's like, okay, this is what it is. My mind can now deal with that. I can choose how I'm going to respond to that. And so I think the more unhealthy thing is to just keep drawing out, and kind of avoiding. So it's time, I think we need to make a decision, but I won't be supporting this motion.
I would like to, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be quick, I promise.
I also want to make a comment, so.
Okay. We're really faced with balancing the needs of the broad community and weighing that against the impact on the neighborhood, ensuring we have adequate public safety and working with our city team to guarantee that, both for the new potential neighborhood and our existing neighborhoods. There's been so many concessions, which is refreshing and encouraging to see that process. We have some affordable housing, which I think all can agree we desperately need in our community. 2 school sites, a PD substation, we have buffer zones, we have trails, we have public space. I think it's important to note that we hear you.
It's important to note they laughed.
What happened back there?
No, they're disagreeing with my statement. I think it's incredibly valuable to have input from all of our citizens, and we take it very seriously. Again, I'm going to go back to my first statement, to balance the needs of the community and to minimize impacts on existing neighborhoods within our ability.
Thank you. I want to make one comment about density, because over the last couple of years, there has been a substantial effort to preserve the prairie, to keep some open space on the prairie. And every time that you do R1, R2, R3 development, what you do is you push more development out on the prairie. And that's not healthy for the prairie. And in fact, with the 2 subdivisions just to the west who came to protest this, they're sitting over the aquifer and they're disposing of their waste right down into the aquifer. And that's not healthy. That's not good for us. There is also an issue of affordable housing. And again, when you make that density so small and you use that land inefficiently, then you increase the cost of housing. And it breaks my heart to walk throughout this community and see businesses trying to operate on minimal staff and on shortened days because they can't get enough people to come here. And we're not talking just about hospitality workers. We're talking about teachers, we're talking about policemen and firemen, we're talking about physicians. It is the whole strata from top to bottom, and we have to be cognizant of that. So I ask the council to consider that as we take this vote.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to address some of the comments that were made by council. First, I believe zoning exists to protect established neighborhoods. You buy into a neighborhood as an investment with the hope that it doesn't change radically. They're not going to build a 7-Eleven next to you or a pig farm or something. That's why we have zoning. And I know that the R1 ticks off some people, but Indian Meadows is R1. The people who were wise enough back in the 1970s to annex that into our city saw that it would be a good fit. And here it is. I don't think we're protecting that neighborhood. In fact, we're sending a message to every single neighborhood in this town that your neighborhood is at risk, because this council will bend to new development.
Not sending that message, Dan.
We are sending a message to every neighborhood in this town that your neighborhood is at risk if a developer comes in next door who wants to build something big and flashy for all the talking points you've heard. That is the message. I also believe, please let me finish. Woody talked about access for public safety. The only reason there's access for public safety is because of the high density. If the density was low, you heard our police chief, there would be no need for that access. That's why I would like to see it again with lower density. Things don't come back to us. PUDs do not come to council unless they're appealed. And if you guys want to pay the couple of $100 it takes to appeal the PUDs that are all going to come in a flurry once this thing gets going, then we'll hear them. Otherwise, they only go to planning. They don't come to us. Very rarely do things come to us, seriously. And if it does, it's on the consent calendar, and a couple of us read that. Affordable housing is a talking point for politicians. You can't afford a house if you can't afford it. There's no such thing as affordable housing. There is market rate housing, there's high-end housing, there's government subsidized housing. That's it. If we brought in jobs here, then there would be affordable housing. But we have an urban renewal agency that could bring in jobs, but instead we plant high-end housing for people to come here and buy the high-end housing. That's the mixed message you're getting from this council. And they continue to support urban renewal, building high-end homes and condominiums in this town. 95% of this development is not affordable housing. It will be bought by people who move here, either retired or bringing their jobs, paying cash like they're doing now. So it's, affordable housing sounds really good, and maybe it'll get me reelected, but it's myth. This is not a hard decision. I have heard passionate pleas from people in the neighborhood who do not want this to happen at the density. It is not hard for me to tell you no. So the rubber stamp of government has yes on it. It doesn't have no.
Mr. Mayor, may I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. You saw me get a little bit irritated. And Woody, we're friends,
I'm
and so
sorry,
we're going to let
yes.
that go.
Sorry.
The issue for me, I've already said, is I think it's a nice project. The issue is no longer for me with the developer. It's working with city staff on what's the best egress roads. I just don't agree with the placement. This is the largest development we're ever going to look at that's going to come before us. It isn't even planned to break ground for, I think, at least a year or so. So we have time. In my mind, we have time. And it isn't a matter of making a decision because you need to make a decision at some point in time. It is making the right decision. And so that's what I'm going to stick to. Moving into an established neighborhood and disrupting it with those kind of roads is not, in my mind, what their neighborhood was designed for and what we stand for as a city, as to just take over another neighborhood for a future neighborhood. There has to be a connector. I absolutely agree with that, and any suggestion that I wouldn't support public safety would be ludicrous, since I was a former police officer. But I want us to do it right, and I want us to be considerate of our existing neighborhoods. That's where I'm at.
Can I ask?
I think that all of this council wants to do what is right. And I think that anybody on this council who frames other council's positions as something less honorable is inappropriate
Well, I would agree.
and unfair.
Yeah.
I understand, Christie. I'm going to ask for the clerk to take the roll, please.
English,
No.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans,
No.
Miller,
No.
McEvers,
No.
Guggen,
Yes.
The motion fails. Is there another motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to, I'm sorry, I lost my paper. Thanks. I'd like to move to approve the annexation of 440 acres of County AG suburban to the city R3, R8, R17, C17L, C17. Location on Hanley, Hutter, and to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion that hasn't already been said?
So,
Here are the findings.
Pardon?
You got to do findings.
Yeah?
Right.
Ready to do your
Your
findings?
findings.
Yeah, findings, okay. Justification for the decision of standards is B1, the existing land uses are residential and commercial. B2, comprehensive plan, designation, single-family home, neighborhood, compact neighborhood, urban neighborhood, and mixed low use. The zoning is county ag suburban, that the notice of hearing was published on February 4th, 2023, and March 4th, 2023, which fulfills the proper legal requirement, that the notice of public hearing was posted on the property on March 3rd, 2023, which fulfills the property legal requirement. Notices of public hearing were mailed to all property owners of record within 300 feet of the subject property. The public testimony was heard on February 21st, 2023, and March 21st, 2023. B8, that this proposal is in conformance with the comprehensive plan with the policies as follows. And I'll look for some support along here. Coeur d'Alene citizens are well-informed, responsive, and involved in the community decisions. They may not have been as many as one of our councilormen thought it should be, but I think this was the most I've seen of input from the community, and it ran along with the comp plan. C1-1, foster broad-based and inclusive community involvement, kind of the same lines as I just said. Coeur d'Alene will strive to be livable for medium and below income levels, including young families, working class, low income, and fixed income. This is our first step in having a developer really offer up some low-income housing. It's a try. I got the impression these guys are straight shooters, and hopefully they'll step up and make us proud, because this is a big step for this city. Support efforts 3.1, support efforts to preserve existing housing stock, provide opportunities for new affordable workforce housing, kind of what I just mentioned. Growth and development, develop a mixed land use throughout the city and balance housing, employment, and preserving the qualities that make Coeur d'Alene great. And I think that's probably the big picture, is when things seem so intense around here, or you're stuck in a traffic jam, or things just aren't going right, sometimes you just have to stop and look around, and you see the mountains, you see the trees, you can drive down to the lake, and it's who we are, it's where we are, and it's always been special. And I get it. If I had a 1 acre spot, I can't imagine what it would be like, other than a lot of work, but it would be nice. And you don't want to lose it. You're not going to lose it. It's just going to change, just like downtown changes. Achieve a balance in housing products and price points. Hopefully that's going to come to a recognition here. A recognized neighborhood and district identities. This place has a great opportunity to create something rather unique and challenging, and they'll even have schools, so families might even live there. Ensure appropriate high-quality infrastructure and accommodate the community needs and future growth. And again, we go way back when the sewer guys were always planning on this area to be brought into the city. Our water guys are pumping more water. We have the clean water. Our infrastructure for all means and purposes is good. We have a hard-working crew. We dedicate a lot of money to infrastructure here, and they're self-supporting. And that means a lot, other than streets, but streets keeps working at it. Ensure appropriate high-quality infrastructure, got it. Ensure appropriate and development and redevelopment. 9B, Amy, you got one on that?
9B, the public facilities and utilities are available and adequate for the proposed use. This is based on staff input, testimony, and our staff report. Finding B10, that the physical characteristics of the site make it suitable for the request at this time because the land is flat with no topography issues or physical site constraints. Finding B11, that the proposal would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood with regard to traffic, neighborhood character, and existing land uses because staff, I may need help with this one, because the zoning that is proposed provides adjacent capability with surrounding areas as referenced in the city's comp plan. I'm looking for guidance on traffic impact and the traffic studies with the phasing. Is it appropriate, or should I add that in here?
That would probably be helpful to clarify the concurrency analysis. I think you're talking about that. The
Okay.
traffic studies with each of that concurrency analysis.
So I would word it as, I want to make sure I get it right.
You could say that the traffic issues are addressed in the development agreement.
By phasing.
Okay. By phases?
You can add by phases
Okay.
with concurrency analyses.
Okay, so the traffic concerns are addressed in the development agreement with I'm sorry, I didn't take notes. With concurrency, excuse me.
Concurrency studies.
Why can't I say that tonight? Concurrency studies
Through the phasing,
through the phasing.
With each phase.
each phase.
And I think one of the points that might have been missed under the community and identity was addressing goal C13. Coeur d'Alene will strive to be livable for medium and below income levels, including young families, working class, low income, and fixed income households.
And may I point out too that I believe in the development agreement, this is not listed as affordable housing. It's actually required deed restriction to a certain area median income. So it isn't a nebulous number like we talk about. It is between a certain percentage of the AMI, and that is the language that's in the agreement, I believe.
I'll hand it back to you.
That's good. So the city council pursuant to aforementioned findings conclude and orders that the request for Kootenai County Land Company LLC for annexation of 440 acre parcels of Kootenai County, assigning the zoning districts R3, R8, R17, C17L, C17 as shown in the annexation development agreement should be approved. The city council further orders that the annexation shall be contingent on the owners of the property signing annexation and development agreement as approved by council. Annexation revisions to the annexation development agreement present the council on March 21st, 2023 are as follows. Move to adopt the foregoing findings and orders.
Second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will the clerk take the roll, please?
No discussion?
Well, the discussion ought to be on the motion to come back with the annexation. If you want discussion on this, that's fine. Hearing none, will the clerk take the roll, please?
English,
Yes.
Wood,
No.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
McEvers,
Yes.
Gookin,
No.
Okay. And we had a motion to actually do the annexation. Will the clerk take the roll on that?
English,
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. We're out of order. There's an ordinance to do the annexation, so the first step is actually to dispense the rule and to read the ordinance by
No,
title.
but I'm talking about that motion before that.
That was the one we just voted on.
Well, we
was for
accepted
the
the findings.
So there was a motion on the findings.
Is that,
I'm
does
sorry,
that cover
I'm
the,
totally lost.
I think the motion was to approve.
I'm sorry?
The motion was to approve the application, and there was a second.
Okay,
And that
all
was a
right.
vote. So yes, Mr. Gookin is correct. We have to deal with the ordinance next.
So now we need a motion to read the bill, council bill.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to dispense with the rule and read Council Bill number 23-1002 once by title only.
Second.
Clerk, take the roll, please.
Wood,
And this is just to read the bill? I would let you
Yes.
read the
Dispense with
bill.
the rule.
Yeah, dispense with the rule, yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
McEvers,
Yes.
Gookin,
Yes.
English.
Yes.
Would you read the title, please?
Council Bill number 23-1002, an ordinance annexing to and declaring to be part of the city of Coeur d'Alene, Kootenai County, Idaho, specifically described portions of Section 33, Township 51 North, Range 4 West, Boise Meridian, and part of the northwest quarter of Section 4, Township 50 North, Range 4 West, Boise Meridian, zoning such specifically described property hereby annexed, repealing all ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing a severability clause, providing for the publication of a summary of this ordinance and an effective date hereof.
Mr. Mayor, I'd
Motion.
like to move to approve or adopt the resolution 23012 approving the annexation agreement
Wait,
No.
Woody.
development. I'm
You
way
want to
ahead.
adopt council bill.
Sorry. That's what I have?
Council, you need,
Right here.
Sorry. Motion to adopt Council Bill 231002. Sorry.
is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk take the roll, please?
Wood,
No.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
McEvers,
Yes.
Gookin,
No.
English,
Yes.
Now the resolution.
Move to adopt the resolution 23012 approving the annexation development agreement for A422, or direct staff to revise. And I would ask, is there any revisions?
None that would pass.
No.
Okay. That's my,
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Will the clerk take the roll, please?
Evans?
Yes.
Miller?
Yes.
McEvers?
yes.
Gookin?
No.
English?
Yes.
Wood?
No.
Motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second?
Motion and a second. All in favor respond with aye.
Aye.
Opposed with nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned.